Good evening, everybody. Thanks for joining us tonight. This is the City of Aspen City Council regular meeting for November 14th, 2023. Could we have a roll call for attendance, please?
Councillor Doyle.
Here.
Councillor Guth.
Here.
Councillor Howenstein.
Here.
Councillor Rose.
Here.
Mayor Tory.
I'm here as well. We have no scheduled public appearances this evening, so this will bring us to citizens' comments and petitions. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address council on items not scheduled for a public hearing. We do ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes so that everybody has a fair and equal opportunity to speak. I will let you know when that 3 minutes is up, and I ask you just to adhere to that as best you can. Thank you so much. Are there members of the public that wish to speak this evening?
Yes.
A hand over here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Peter Fornell is my name. I think we all know each other. I sent to you in advance and then put a letter in the Aspen Daily newsletter to the editor, which ran today, and I know that you all read it, so I'm not going to take time to discuss the subject of that letter, but there's a couple of other things that I need to bring up. At some point in time, when everybody realized that there was going to be a delay in the closings of these properties, there was a document that was put together that's I'd call it an FAQ sheet. It's a frequently asked questions with answers that were provided. It doesn't say who provided those answers, but there's one that I want to address specifically. And one of the questions that they call frequently asked is, what financial resources will the city provide for me because of this delay? And the answer that was provided is that it is not unusual in the real estate industry to have to reset closing dates, and that it is handled through an amend extend agreement. And I could not agree with that statement more. In the real world of real estate out there, oftentimes parties enter into agreements that have to be amended. But in 99.9 of those instances where two parties enter into an agreement and one party to the agreement can't perform their side, there is a consequence for the non-performing party. And I'm not, and the finality of that question says that the agreement does not provide, and the city cannot offer additional payments for lending purposes or other reimbursement requests. Since I've written this letter, I've had a profound number of people call me, more than just those 79 buyers of Burlingame, people who are winning units that other people won Burlingame, and they're buying into those other units where the APSHA ran the lottery for those properties, and now these people are expecting to move in. We've got a trickle down theory, a trickle down situation of our local citizens who are losing their places to live with no real help. And I would just like to say that the response that there's nothing we can do to help you, I think that the city has a lot of avenues at their disposal to help, and I'll make two examples. One example is for people that are losing their housing. We just bought the storage facility next to the lumber yard. I assume that when people leave those storage facilities, you're not reletting those units. So why wouldn't we want to offer to people that are losing interim housing the ability to store their possessions? I mean, that's something that we can do. Another something that we can do is we do have vacant units at Truscott Place. I know that they're being held for a specific purpose, but this is a short-term problem. And a short-term solution would be to offer the people that have the most dire need for assistance some type of housing until this gets resurrected. That same circumstance exists at the music school with their housing. So I believe that it's not true that there's nothing that we can do to help these people. I think that there are many things that we can do to help, and I hope that you recognize the error of the situation, and that it was not made of these owners. It was made of the decision to run this lottery without a certificate of occupancy, and that responsibility lies finally on all of you. And I hope that you do all that you can do to help these citizen constituents of ours to find their way into their new housing and figure out a way for them to have their head on a pillow between now and the time that you can provide them with the closing.
Thanks, Peter.
Thanks, Peter. Did you hear from anyone who specifically said they're going to be displaced from their current housing?
Yes, I have heard from one person who's specifically being displaced from his housing and does not know where he's going. He's actually an individual who was the winner of one of my units on Main Street because another family who applied for and won a 3-bedroom at Burlingame 3 because their family's growing. Then they ran the lottery for the unit at my building, and he loses his housing on December 1st because he was a renter. And on December 1st, he has no place to live.
Could you please have them reach out to us?
I will for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Peter. And that includes anybody else that contacts you. You should have them contact us. We'd be happy to talk to them.
And then the only other thing that I would say, and I'm sorry and thank you for my time, is that, we have an entire public information office and 2 full-time public information officers on salary with the city. I think it might be good for us to use their resources as some transparency to inform the public. This is the public's program. This is the public's development, and the public has the right to know what the circumstances are surrounding the situation. And I think that they're a resource that could help the rest of the community know what's going on. And thank you.
Thank you. Just for nods around the table, other council members, are you interested in hearing information about those that are looking at closings and any delays that are there?
Absolutely, and I think that
Thanks.
it's our moral responsibility to help.
Thanks. Yep. Yes, okay. Just so that you know, I don't believe that it's all 74 units. As a matter of fact, it's a much lower number for those people that are going to closing on the units that have been delayed. But this council does want to see how we can help them out as well. I had brief conversation today with some staff members, and so we will get some of that information together. Thank you. Other members of the public that want to speak this evening? Yes, come on up.
Mayor Troy, real quick, the people are trying to Zoom in and they're saying that it's muted, they can't hear conversation.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lukey Seymour, and I just want to make some comments about the comments that have been made about the Israeli situation. I know it's a cliche to say that some of my best friends are Jewish, but it's true. I love them for their intelligence, humor, compassion, generosity, and shared values. I want to emphasize how much I love the Jewish people for their compassion and commitment to the Golden Rule. And at the same time, it must be said about Israel, which is the only country that has showed compassion for the Palestinians, despite their warring history. When Israel gave the Gaza Strip to the Palestinians to self-govern in 2005, they transferred thousands of fruit and flower greenhouses, which Hamas later destroyed. Until recently, Israel supplied Gaza with water and power. And despite the horrific massacres perpetuated by Hamas, including tying children to their parents and burning them all alive, Israel is fighting its war against Hamas with consideration for innocent civilians, the ones behind which Hamas hides to force Israel into causing collateral damage. Noteworthy examples that you can easily Google include Israel giving incubators to hospitals and helping civilians gain safe passages out of war zones where Hamas is hiding. I recognize that not everyone knows the facts, but ignorance is not an excuse for making ill-informed remarks. Anti-Semitism is spiking everywhere. Why is Aspen City Council throwing gas on the fire? Our elected officials have a duty to be informed and thoughtful. So would you please fix the problem by apologizing for repeating false narratives? You can do that by signing a statement outlining objective facts about the conflict so that the truth can prevail over lies and we can all have an educated conversation based on the facts, not prejudice. And so my Jewish and non-Jewish friends can look forward to a safer and more peaceful community.
Thank you, Lukey.
Thank you.
Seth, you want to come up?
Good afternoon. My name is Seth Berger. I want to start by saying that I believe that long before October 30th conversation regarding the Israeli flag, that City Council set an unfortunate precedent of interjecting itself into issues outside of the business of this city. I'm pleased that Mayor Tory has outlined a plan that, when passed, will result in the city no longer flying any flags other than the flag of the United States, the state of Colorado, and the city of Aspen, and making it clear that Council will avoid making proclamations or statements regarding events and issues that are outside the bounds of city business. Most importantly, the call for Aspen to adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is critical to establish a clear understanding of what anti-Semitism is, to set clear guidelines and avoid future incidents. We, the citizens of Aspen, expect that this council will advance these initiatives expeditiously. What we saw on display at the council meeting on October 30th, in my mind, was policy made based upon personal ignorance, bias, and a lack of moral clarity. What we heard was at best hypocrisy, and at worst false narratives and anti-Semitic tropes. I have no way of determining what is in anyone's heart, so I'll not attempt to label Councilman Houndstein or Doyle's comments. What I can say is that your words and actions at that meeting and through your personal justifications in the days following, before your attempted public apologies, showed us that your words were not a mistake. Your words and actions are defining. What I can say with certainty is that when you demonstrate a double standard towards Israel, and when, as part of justifying your position, you use words like genocide and concentration camps, effectively drawing comparisons of contemporary Israel policies to that of the Nazis, your words and actions demonize and delegitimize the state of Israel. You crossed the bounds into anti-Semitism, whether you know it or not. In a show of solidarity after a heinous terror attack on October 7th, you were asked about flying the flag of Israel, a critical U.S. ally and a beacon of democracy and tolerance in a region that is lacking both. You rationalized and justified your hypocrisy in voting against that after having backed a similar proposal for the Ukraine by offering up your opinions and moral relativism. The effect was to somehow imply that Israel may not have clean hands, blaming the victim, and that the war that has ensued is somehow fundamentally unworthy of our support. What I can say with certainty is that your moral confusion and invocation of genocide and concentration camps is not only a vile lie and an historical conflation, but spreads anti-Semitism and empowers anti-Semites. A lie repeated often enough is accepted as a truth by the passionately ignorant. The citizens of Aspen deserve to be led by people with better judgment and moral character. While members of this council have let me down, I am heartened by the showing of support from the community at large and know that the solidarity event last Thursday is representative of who we are as a community. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Seth.
you.
In the back there, yes. The two of you may come up.
For both of us.
Future mayor.
Well, thanks for,
If you introduce yourself for the record.
yes, Jessie Young. And I am a City of Aspen resident and year-round bike commuter, and I just wanted to draw your guys' attention to some incontinuity between the bike, open space and trails bike system and the city's streets department, and the bike boulevards in the wintertime are not plowed at the same level of service as the bike paths. So in the winter, when the bike paths are all plowed nicely, you kind of get dumped into the city, and it's pretty treacherous commute. So my request is for you to look at reprioritizing the streets, to
Right.
prioritize the bike boulevards, Hallam and Hyman, I believe, to be plowed at a more consistent level along with the bike paths in the city. I think both departments do a great job, but there's just this disconnect. And I pull a Burley with him to daycare at the Yellow Brick, and if you don't stay on top of it, it creates these huge ice ruts, and the Burley has a low clearance, and it just doesn't work. And I'm pretty hesitant to ride on Main Street with the Burley.
Yeah.
I think I heard on NPR yesterday that you guys are looking at transportation and congestion management improvements, and I think multimodal connectivity certainly should fall under that, and it's pretty low-hanging fruit. So that is my request.
Is your primary transit corridor, you come across the Castle Creek Bridge?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
And then in the winter, you hit like a bunch of ice chunks on that corner. It's pretty hard to navigate, and then you're kind of in ice ruts and powder make that
Thank you.
final commute. And I've talked to coworkers and others that, are coming from the AABC, and they're like, yeah, I bought an e-bike with fat tires to try to make this commute year-round, and I can't do it in the winter. I'm not comfortable doing it. So I think the safety and comfort of our bike and ped facilities should be a priority year-round.
Thank you, Jesse.
Thanks, Jesse.
Thank you all.
Hi, my name's Aaron Motes. The Hamas terrorists had smartphones. They called their families to brag they had murdered Jews. Dad, I killed 10 Jews. Others filmed the slaughter with GoPros and uploaded them to Facebook. No one who has watched the unedited footage fails to note the glee of the butchers. The difference between 9/11 and 10/7, two massacres of innocent people, symbols to their killers of Western civilization, was the reaction to the horror. 10/7 was followed on October 8th by a different kind of catastrophe, a moral and spiritual catastrophe that was on full display throughout the West before the bodies of those men and women and children had even been identified. In Sydney, crowds gathered at the Sydney Opera House cheering, "Gas the Jews." People rejoiced on streets of Berlin, London, Toronto, New York. Then came BLM Chicago using the paraglider. Then came posters across campuses calling for Israel to burn. Then came the Harvard task force to create safe spaces for pro-Hamas students. Then in Aspen, we had John suggest Jews deserved it because Palestinians were kept in concentration camps, and Ward suggests that it was just. In lockstep, the social justice crowd that tried to convince us that words are violence insisted that actual violence was a necessity, that rape was resistance. University presidents who leapt to issue morally lucid condemnations of George Floyd's killing or Putin's war on Ukraine mouthed how the situation is tragic or, in your words, complex, and how we need to think of both sides, similar to what Ward said, and as if there's some kind of equivalence between innocent civilians and jihadists. Hip young people with pronouns in their bios are not just chanting the slogans of genocidal death cult and tearing down kidnapped signs. They're trying to tear down the essence of our common humanity. Or maybe it's that they're trying to extinguish the memory of the hostages, who to them are not worth saving, or actually had it coming. That is what John and Ward are complicit in. Whether they don't understand the legal way Israel was born, or that Jews have lived in this land before Islam was a religion, or the number of two-state solutions that have been offered to the PLO and Hamas just to be rejected, the humanitarian aid they're providing to Palestinians, the 22,000 cell phone calls, the 4 million text warnings that are made to areas where bombs are coming, or that Gaza could have been Hong Kong on the Mediterranean if they were not ruled by their self-elected terrorist organization. What could possibly explain why we are seeing this uprising by the woke crowd as well as these council members? The answer is that the human beings who were slaughtered on October 7th were Jews. When anti-Semitism moves from the shameful fringe into the public square, it's not about Jews. It's about the culture or the country. It is an early warning system, a sign that society itself is breaking down. It's a system of a much deeper crisis, one that explains how in the span of a little over 20 years since September 11th, educated people now respond to an act of savagery, not with a defense of civilization, but with a defense of barbarism. Campuses were always hotbeds of radicalism, but we're not dealing with young people and thinking of these councilmen. They're grown adults. On October 30th was a mark-to-market moment for Aspen. We see how deep-rooted anti-Semitism is present in our neighborhood. If anything good has come of October 30th, it is that Aspen community has been shaken awake by these remarks. We're in a fight for the West. We know who our allies are. We must follow through with Tory's plan on adopting IHRA anti-Semitism language in our charter. We must not weigh in on international affairs on city council. We as a community must not let anti-Semites govern us. We as a community must stand for good over evil. The lines have never been more clear. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thanks, Aaron.
Sir, on this side. I'll remind you, 3 minutes, please.
Good evening, folks. My name is Russ Andrews. It has been said on countless occasions that the road to the Holocaust was paved with indifference. This Methodist refuses to be indifferent. I've lived in this valley for almost 30 years, and I aspire to represent this community in Congress. I'm here tonight representing the Down Valley component of our larger Aspen community because as goes Aspen, so goes the rest of the Roaring Fork Valley. As an aspiring local, regional, and national leader, I often focus on those qualities that define good leadership. The obvious qualities of a leader include honesty, effective communication, integrity, and courage. Less obvious qualities include accountability, empathy, self-awareness, and most importantly, a curiosity for the truth. Curiosity for the truth. Councilman Doyle, your first gut reaction, your first statement regarding the proposal to hang an Israeli flag next to the Ukrainian flag, which I understand you voted for in favor of about a year ago, was, and I quote, supporting Israel is different from supporting Ukraine because the Ukrainians were not being held in a concentration camp. That's easily one of the most ignorant, poorly composed statements I've ever heard or read in my entire life. Councilman Howenstein, your comment wasn't any better. Again, I quote, everybody should have the right to exist without being subjected to a genocide. Implying that the Israelis are subjecting the people of Gaza to genocide, this is not only incorrect, it is blatantly anti-Semitic. You were correct in your analysis, but not in your implied attribution. Hamas has been subjecting Palestinians to genocide for 16 long years. Your statement was likewise shallow and uninformed. Your combined statements were no doubt honest because these are undoubtedly your actual, willfully ignorant positions on our greatest democratic ally in the Middle East, which is Israel. Unfortunately, your statements lacked empathy, self-awareness, and most importantly, any curiosity for unearthing the actual truth. Your combined apologies lacked accountability and were thin, weak gruel. I believe that both of you need to find your moral compasses. If indeed either of you has any moral range, then take some time off to retune your misguided anti-Semitic belief systems. In the meantime, neither of you are fit for service, not as leaders. So I call on both of you to muster up some courage, hold yourselves accountable, and immediately resign from your positions on this council because we all deserve better.
Thanks, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Heather, did you want to come up? Yep, would you like to?
Stephanie Davis. Never let a falsehood go unchallenged. At the October 30th council meeting, John Doyle said supporting Israel is different from supporting Ukraine because, quote, Ukrainians were not being held in concentration camps. Ward Howenstein referred to the Israeli treatment of Palestinians as, quote, genocide. There are very few recognized genocides in world history, and referring to the situations of the Palestinians denigrates those actual genocides, including, of course, the Holocaust. You should not throw around such references so lightly. The situations that the Palestinians are in at the hands of Hamas is absolutely horrific, but the term genocide is a gross overstatement. When you say, quote, concentration camps, this is a literal reference to the Holocaust. When you make a reference to a Jewish issue and then use the term concentration camps, this is blatantly anti-Semitic. It makes members of our community feel horrible. Aspen is a resort community that welcomes people from across the globe, and among the full-time residents, we have a large and vibrant Jewish community. You've said things that are anti-Semitic, whether you intended to or not, out of carelessness or out of ignorance. And as a result, you are not fit to lead a town that's open to everyone. Now that you've made these statements, how can you fairly work alongside two Jewish members of council and make decisions on issues involving Jewish residents and visitors? You've used hyperbolic language for whatever reason, and it's caused justifiable anger in our community. You cannot likely compare anything to the systematic murder of 6 million Jews. And as a leader, you should know this. Even if someone is caught off guard about a topic, we do not expect our town's leadership to offhandedly make remarks that are cruel and hateful to any group of people or individuals in our community. You're in a public leadership role, and you need to be thoughtful about what you say. You've made statements that are not within the bounds of what your councilman positions represent.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Stephanie.
Stephanie.
Come on up.
My glasses. Thank you. I'm Donna Slade. I'm Aspen resident. Thank you for letting me be here and speak with you today. I'm not Jewish. I'm not a politician or a historian or particularly religious. I don't pretend to know the full history of Palestine, Gaza, or the Israelis. However, I do know that just a few weeks ago, I sat at the Jewish Community Center here in Aspen and listened to Rabbi Mintz, Father Grady, and Reverend Tarr all speak about hoping for peace but recognizing the war that had been thrust upon Israel and the world. Mayor Tory also spoke and promised his full support to the Jewish community. And finally, a young man got up and told us he was waiting for his dispatch orders from the IDF, anxious to go and join his brother who had already left town. As we all know, Aspen is a small year-round community which plays a larger role in the world than one might expect. We have a thriving arts culture, 2 music festivals, and the Aspen Institute. So while we are small, we are also large on a global stage, much like Israel. Silence is not okay right now. Everyone has a voice. Stories matter, especially at times like these when the future holds so much uncertainty. As compassionate Americans, we have an obligation to care for the innocent Palestinians caught in the crossfire. We also have an obligation, and I would stress that as leaders of our community, you have even more of an obligation than I do to know the facts. If you have uttered the words colonization, genocide, or concentration camps, then you don't deserve a seat at the table. If you still believe the UN is an effective world governing body, you are unencumbered with fact. If you are at a loss as to how Aspen can take a global view of this war in support of Israel, there are plenty of your constituents in this room right now who can help you build a consortium, fly a flag, or hand out blue ribbons, much like the yellow ribbons we all wore in 1979 during the Iran hostage crisis. What we shouldn't do is remain silent and let terror win. The prophet Isaiah understood the universal designation of the Israelites as mentors for spiritual and moral guidance for the world. I would encourage the City Council to follow his lead. Thank you.
Thanks, Donna.
Public comment on this side of the room? Yes, come on up, Katie.
I'm on the other side of the table for a change. Good evening, everyone. I didn't anticipate speaking, but my name is Katie Frisch. My husband, Adam Frisch, and son, Felix Frisch, and daughter, Quintessa Frisch, could not be here tonight. But we did write a column in both newspapers earlier this week, and I just wanted to share a little bit of that column, not word for word. But I think it's really important that everybody considers how our whole community is affected by comments at council and at school board meetings. It's not just the adults. The kids are not here, but they are greatly affected. The youngest members of our family have been exceptionally affected. And I'm going to make this personal because it is very personal. As individual members, family members this summer, we visited concentration camps in Poland, real concentration camps, worked in the Israeli embassy to the United States, and kissed the ground when we landed in Tel Aviv. We have learned of the murders of our camp counselors, summer camp counselors. We have mourned with colleagues from summer internships who are still in harm's way. Perhaps most painfully, we have experienced anti-Semitism and protests that question our right to exist. We are working through immense anxiety and fear and wonder why so much hate is being spewed, only to realize it has been simmering unexposed all along, and we remain traumatized. We also feel alone. We try to reassure ourselves that the silence from some friends is because they don't know what to say or how to say it. We feel alienated at school. We are scared to wear our Star of David necklaces. We are applying to college while seeing hateful rhetoric from our future students and professors and wondering how we will find a safe and welcoming campus to continue our education and engage in open dialogue without threats in return. As parents, we ache for our children while struggling to deal with our own emotions. To those that say we are just too sensitive, and I have actually heard that comment from people in our community, know that we draw upon generations of family stories, and I think this is something that has not been said tonight. We have relatives who hid for years during the Holocaust, ancestors who were killed in the pogroms, and generations of being viewed as other. We have stories of grandparents who hid their Jewish heritage out of fear, which creates the fear that we feel ourselves today. We've been warned by thousands of years of ancestral experience in that homeland. This is not a new story, but one that we did not think we would experience in our country, let alone our mountain community. We do not know a single Jewish person who does not have similar or worse stories to share, and it raises the hairs on the back of our necks. Anti-Semitism is on the rise, and actions in our own community can help dissipate that. So I'm very happy that we had a wonderful gathering last Thursday, and I think it was very healing for everybody. But I encourage you all to think about not just how your actions and words affect those that show up at the council chambers, but also the children in our schools who hear that and then hear stuff repeated at school and have to deal with that. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Katie. Appreciate you. I'm going to go online. I have a hand up online. Ms. Garfield, are you there?
Hi, can you
There
hear
we
me
go.
now?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you very much for doing this. To City Council, Tori, if you are truly apologetic, then allow the Israeli flag to be flown now through at least January 1st or thereafter, and then implement your new rules. But to adopt new rules now and make them retroactive to earlier requests to the Israeli flag is just a political trick or not so subtle way of saying, I will continue to vote against flying the Israeli flag. Please tell everyone what harm flying the Israeli flag will cause to this community and the voices of so many Jews that ask you to take a stand.
Thank you, Lily. Looking back in the room. Yes.
Bill Sterling. The terrorist attacks on October 7th against Israel were lethal and heinous. And President Biden's recent visit to Israel was courageous and demonstrated a certain solidarity and support from the USA. The Star of David is being displayed locally, as I've seen all around town. I wasn't here on October 30th in town, but I've seen the flag even before then, after October 7th. The metaphors and choices of words by council members John Doyle and Ward Howenstein were precipitous and excessive and out of line. However, each of these persons was quite quick to apologize, and it felt to me that their apologies were genuine and heartfelt. And I don't believe these actions should be a cause to force resignation or force them off the council. We have all made egregious comments in our lives in the heat of discussions, which were often prejudicial and not called for, and we wish we had those words back. But even more so now, in light of this whole process, these council members need to be still at the council table, even more now than ever in light of all that's happened. I mean, Jews in our imperfect world have been and still are assailed and attacked for their religious beliefs, for their business acumen and their intelligence. There were anti-Jewish actions at all levels in America, even during the time of Nazi Germany at the worst period of it. Aspen already has anti-discriminatory ordinances to protect people for their race, their gender, and their sexuality. And as has been mentioned here about IHR, it's high time Aspen probably considers passing anti-discriminatory ordinances regarding ethnicity and religion. The crisis has really upended highly diverse communities all over America with significant Jewish and Islamic representation. And these two groups have been fiercely attacking and criticizing each other all over the country. And I think that the gathering last Thursday, which I was not here for, was a great symbol of community spirit. We need to convene probably a community gathering purposefully, much in the spirit of the Aspen's Ideas Fest. And it might continue to help to bring a greater understanding for everyone involved with this. And I ask Aspen to rise to engage in this incredibly complicated challenge and do not just in a vengeful way force people off the council when being there is tough for them already and in light of what they would know they need to do going forward. Thank you.
Bill, where have Jews fiercely attacked Muslims in America?
In some of the communities around New York City, if you've been following the news, which are communities that have strong both Islamic and Jewish populations. And each of the two groups have really gone after each other. And I've seen about a half dozen of these cited in different communities around America. And so I thought that the meeting last week was good, but maybe there needs to be a kind of a symposium here that would be a safe haven and probably moderated by someone like Tori, who I think has really spoken out clearly, or someone else from the Aspen Institute who might be able to sort of moderate and guide something like that.
Bill, I ask you to research your words more carefully. I don't think there are any instances of Jews fiercely attacking Muslims during any sort of protest events in America, and I really resent hearing that.
Well, I've read about it online.
Other members of the public for public comment this evening? Looking online as well? Well, with that, I'll close the public comment portion of this evening. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Just a quick word. You know, I appreciate everybody that's here tonight, and I appreciate civil discourse. So for those of you that have shared your views in a civil manner to really forward the really issue that we should be dealing with, and several of them. But really, number one is to fight anti-Semitism. But that also includes awareness and education about anti-Semitism. So I want to just say thank you for those of you that have come here tonight. Thank you. With that, I'll bring it up to council. It is time for council comments. Anybody? John?
Yeah. This has been a difficult couple of weeks for our community, for I think everyone in the room. I want to express my deep apology again to the community for my deeply insensitive and hurtful words. I can't condemn enough the horrific attack on Israel by the Hamas terrorists. I fervently hope and pray for the safe recovery of the Israeli hostages taken by Hamas. Kristallnacht was an atrocity and an act of genocide against the Jewish people. The silence in its wake enabled a much larger genocide that killed 6 million Jewish people and millions of other innocent people. For never again to hold meaning and power, we need to remember what happened in the past, and we need to act. I've been reflecting a great deal in the wake of the heated discussions that occurred here October 30th over the past 2 weeks. I apologize fully and unequivocally for my part in it. I'm an artist. I was reflecting on what I needed to say today. I anticipated public comment. And as I was in reflection this afternoon, I listened to Leonard Bernstein's Third Symphony with the Kaddish by Samuel Pissar. Pissar was a boy when he was sent to Auschwitz, lost his family, his friends, and barely survived himself. I was deeply moved by the symphony, set to his anguished description of the hatred, violence, and fear he experienced during the Holocaust and that he saw continuing to unfold in the world. He said he wrote, quote, "A Kaddish is not only to cry about the past, but to warn about the future." He concludes the Kaddish with this plea that I would like to share with you all tonight. Guide us towards reconciliation and tolerance, brotherhood and peace on this small, divided, fragile planet, our common home. Thank you.
Thanks. Other council comments this evening? Ward?
Yeah, thank you all for being here. Thank you for voicing your concerns. And I deeply apologize for the insensitive use of words. I know what's in my heart, and there's not hatred. I deplore in the highest possible way the actions of Hamas, the violence and the hostages that all were displayed on Thursday in Gondola Plaza, and it's a family of 4 abducted from their homes, people being burned in their safe rooms to hide from and be protected from rockets, and they were being sought out. The people getting on their cell phones and bragging about killing Jews. This is deplorable. It's not acceptable. It's not what is in my heart. I think people that know me know that I'm not anti-Semitic, and I use the G word, which was highly unfortunate, but I do believe everybody has the right, and this is what I meant. The Israelis have the right to live without the fear of genocide. I am not Jewish. I wasn't reared as a Jew. I don't have the deeply rooted understanding of the plight of the Jews. I don't have deep generational trauma like most, maybe all of you have. For me to understand that without living with it, it would be disingenuous for me to say that I fully empathize with you, because I just don't, I haven't experienced it. I've thought, and I've suffered the last 2 weeks. I've humbly asked for your forgiveness. I've never intended that my words were to harm you, and they obviously have caused you harm, and for that, I'm deeply regretful. I have no hatred in my heart. Einstein said you can't solve a problem from the same consciousness that created the problem. You can't solve a problem when Hamas starts with hatred. And I fully support Israel's right to defend themselves. I don't think that the city council is the right place for this discussion. I welcome an opportunity to meet with any or all of you outside this venue to have as Mayor Sterling said, a more open, transparent discussion of everything that's been going on. But I hope that you all know or can understand, and Mr. Andrews, don't imply something from what I said, because I think I did say that the Palestinians are being subjected to genocide. That was a gross misstatement. I apologize for it. It was a poor choice of words. I've understood and more fully understand after the last 2 weeks trying to really understand where everybody's coming from. This has been going on too long, too much hatred, that we have to solve it from a place in our heart where we can have love instead of hatred. And I don't know, to be in Israel's situation where you have proxy wars supported by Iran, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria. You're being attacked from all sides. I've always known the Israeli people and state as wanting to live in peace with their neighbors. Egypt made peace with Israel, and as far as I know, they've not been attacking Israel. Peace is the answer, and I think that I don't want to get into the politics of it because it's way above my pay grade. I'm really sorry that I got dragged into this, and it was hypocritical in retrospect or in hindsight that I supported the raising and flying of the Ukrainian flag. At that time, a year ago or more now, I don't think there's anybody that felt that it was improper to fly the flag in defense of democracy. But to not fly the Israeli flag next to the Ukrainian flag, I see now as hypocritical. They're both of those are, the Ukrainian flag is down. And I agree with those that say it's not our place to take a stand on international issues, and I wish that we never had, and I wish that I could relive the last 2 weeks. No, I don't. It's been really painful for everybody in the community, for me, my family, for my Jewish friends, and all I can do is ask for your forgiveness and apologize from the deepest recesses of my heart.
Thanks, Ward. Sam?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you all for being here. It's incredibly heartwarming to see people coalesce around an issue and a problem that is so personal to so many of us. For everything that happened on October 7th, on October 30th, I definitely am an optimist when it comes to this sort of thing, looking towards the positive, seeing all the lovely familiar faces in the room and seeing all the positivity that has come from it. It's really heartwarming to be in this community, and I feel a lot safer and prouder to be in Aspen, seeing all the people here talk about this issue in this way. It's something to be very proud of, especially what happened last Thursday with the event put on by Chabad and Gondola Plaza. That was as heartwarming and wonderful as it gets, and once again made me really proud to be a part of the Aspen community in this way. Moving beyond that, I always love making comment based on other people's comment of like you come to us as a representative body and looking towards helping solve the issues and making Aspen a better place. Non-related to Israel, we got an email this week from Gary Wright talking about stormwater drainage, a very interesting topic in the alleyways in Aspen, and I just wanted to ask, are we getting stormwater drainage information to have an educated discussion about that soon? Want to make sure every last detail in Aspen is perfect, so, sorry.
There was an email that was sent that shared our engineering department's response, and
Probably get more information than that.
no problem. I sent a follow-up email to ask about the, situation, condition, how it relates to other alleyways in our community, and looking for some cost estimates as well as timeline estimates, so that we can be better informed up here at council about how maybe we want to look at this issue that they're having with that alleyway. So that email was sent out today. I'm sure that you will be getting copied in on further information so that we can have a bigger discussion about it. It's one of those things that while there's a specific alleyway, 1 block long, we need to find out what else, what other ramifications, what greater problems do we have in there, and how does it fit into our stormwater program? So I made that request today, and I'm sure it'll be coming to you.
Wonderful, just want to say, the little things are the big things, and there's no problem too little to try to make this place the best place on earth, so.
Yeah, and what I did hear in the response from our engineering is that they as well were looking to council for some of that guidance. So we'll get some more information. We'll see how any alley improvements can be fit into our program if that's what we seek.
Mr. Mayor, could you clarify if there's 3 of you that are asking for a work session because the information you requested today is beyond the 2-hour limit? We're not able to address what you asked for today within the 2-hour limit for an individual elected's request.
I'm sure that the information that I was requesting could be handled in less than 2 hours, but if that's not the case, then council, would you like a work session on this alleyway and stormwater management?
I'd propose an informational memo instead of a work session,
I'm okay with
but I am
information.
supportive of an informational memo.
I'm supportive of an informational memo as well, I just want to make sure we do get to the bottom of it and can give a yes or a no to addressing this issue. It might not take a whole work session, that's all.
I know that alley has been a problem for a very long time, and an update from the engineering department on how it might be resolved. I know it's been graded. I know that the problem has not gone away.
So there's a request for information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill, comments this evening?
I'll be brief. Thank you all for being here and sharing your feelings with us. It means a lot. Some of you heard me speak on Thursday at the very meaningful event that the Jewish Community Center put on for Aspen, and I won't reiterate those comments here. I don't think this is the appropriate forum. But I do appreciate you all being here and supporting and sharing your feelings with us. I did want to mention what I feel is insensitive and further insulting in that a number of foreign flags have been flown on Main Street starting yesterday.
That's sister cities.
Oh, I'm well aware, Ward. Thank you. I didn't ask your opinion. I continue to be insulted by the fact that no one had the discretion in light of the October 30th conversations to contemplate whether that was appropriate in light of that conversation. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. My comments this evening. It's been a literally devastating month for many people around the world. Obviously, many Jews around the world. It's been an incredibly emotional month for many of us in our community. I am absolutely disgusted that anti-Semitism is on the rise. I'm absolutely disgusted that what happened on October 7th has given rise to that. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. I, for one, I feel profoundly impacted by what we've all gone through over the last month. I know that I've learned a lot, and I hope that I have that to give back. I, along with Rabbi Mendel and other Jewish community leaders, maintain that now is a time for our community to come together. We need to strengthen our Aspen bonds and our humanitarian bonds. We do support our Jewish community as well as our larger community. We need to learn from each other and move forward together. Good can come from this. It may seem far off, but good can come from this. I'm not here to defend anyone or the remarks that were made. I want to be clear about that. But I would be remiss if I did not say that I know Ward and I know John as men without prejudice or bias and with love and caring in their hearts. I can also tell you that as a mayor, if I thought for 1 second that there were anti-Semitic feelings or prejudices up here on this board, I would completely support a resignation or a change in this leadership. This has been an incredibly tough time for so many people, for the hurt that has been caused, and some by how I conducted meetings or this issue and topic. I sincerely apologize. My goal now is to move forward stronger as a community, to be the best versions of ourselves. Again, I want to say that this community and no community has any place for anti-Semitism, prejudice, or bias. It's time for this to stop. Hopefully this will be a moment in our time, in our history, that helps us to move past it, that brings us closer together as a people and as a community. Again, I thank you all for being here and sharing your comments. I know it is sometimes equally as hard, to recount and to share those feelings. So thank you to those that did. With that, we'll move on our agenda. I see no agenda amendments this evening. This is an opportunity for city manager comments tonight.
Laura comes first.
I didn't hear, no comments? Okay, thank you. Any board reports, board updates for this meeting?
We have a NAPSR board meeting on Wednesday. The one for last week was canceled because there's a conflict with BOCC.
Got Nordic Council and APSHA tomorrow, CoA on Thursday.
Thank you for that. You wanna?
I'll let you take it. All I really got from the RAFTA meeting, honestly, was a lot of financial discussion and a lot of executive session. Nothing
Right.
really to share.
I think that actually is about everything to share. You're absolutely right. We did have some executive sessions dealing with personnel issues and the like, and then we are also in our budget process at RAFTA, just like so many entities are. We all know that the overriding troubles that we have with a lot of our valley housing and workforce also are being impacting RAFTA and its service. So as we've all seen, service levels are going to be down a little bit this winter. We are continually trying to man up, if you will, and get more drivers and more staff for RAFTA so that we can get back to our service levels that we hope to expect in the future, but we're having our challenges. Let's move on. Consent calendar this evening. Consent calendar is made up of resolution number 163, the Red Brick Arts Gallery and corridor improvements. Resolution number 164, Red Brick Arts and Aspen Ice Garden fire alarm replacement. Resolution number 169, change order for contract 2022 323 Barbizon, the spotlights. Resolution number 170, contract for Wheeler Onstage Audio Console. Resolution 172, the Youth Cultural Vibrancy Fellowship funding recommendations. Resolution number 173, purchase of Housing Unit 209 AABC Unit R. Resolution number 174, an amendment to the intergovernmental agreement with Colorado Mountain College. And we have the draft minutes for September 12th. Are there any items that council members wish to pull for further discussion?
I have a couple. 169 and 173.
All right, let's start with 169.
Good evening, Council. Lisa Rigsby Peterson with the Wheeler Opera House. I have with me Michael Baca, who is our production manager. Oh, we have a full house, and Alex Feely, our business manager. Good evening.
Evening. Specific questions, Ward?
Yeah, there was a contract to purchase this, and now it's coming back that there's additional money needed. I'm wondering why wasn't the original contract to include all of the equipment?
So when we have change orders to projects, it's not necessarily that the project itself has changed, it's that there may be additional costs associated with the original project. When we budgeted the project, it was estimated, I believe, in 2021 for 2022. That was almost 2 years ago. The inflationary costs are such that the amount that we had available was for the 2 spotlights themselves, but only one of the base controllers. And so with our other capital expenses last year, we did not have additional money to purchase the second controller. It just costs more now. And so now, because we have savings in other capital projects, we'd like to be able to purchase the second controller for the second spotlight.
So just so I'm clear on this, you had budgeted it at an amount, and now, year and a half, 2 years later, that budgeted amount does not cover the equipment that's needed. You only would allow you to buy one base station.
Yes.
But the contract that was signed, didn't that lock in place the purchase of all of the equipment, 2 base stations plus the lighting?
We purchased what the purchasing allocation allowed us to purchase. So it only allowed us the 2 spotlights and 1 base accessory.
But when this contract was signed, I'm trying to get to the bottom of it, is it was signed for $63,000 X dollars, and did that specifically state that included 2 base stations and the lights, or just?
No, it did not. We made purchase to the a dollar amount that was appropriated for the project. At this time, we're not asking for additional appropriations. We're asking for your authority for the change order to purchase the additional equipment that we'd hoped to purchase previously, but were unable to because the appropriations approved by City Council did not match the cost.
Okay.
And the contract itself was not for 2 spotlights and 2 base stations. The contract at the budget authority, which we had, was enough to cover 2 spotlights and 1 base station, and we wanted to move ahead with that purchase.
And at the time that it was budgeted, it would have covered the cost of 2 base stations. But because of inflationary and market trends, that original amount would not purchase a second.
There were a couple of factors. The first was we were initially looking at simply replacing, you've probably seen those gigantic spotlights in the back of the theater, in the back of the balcony. And that's what we initially budgeted for in 2021. We've discovered or learned that there is much better technology. There are remotely controlled spotlights, which is what we've purchased. And so that technology cost more. And then the amount that we thought we were going to be able to budget for 2 spotlights and 2 controllers simply wasn't enough by the time we got through the ITB, I think is the proper acronym for the equipment.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa.
Anybody else have any questions on this item? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks.
Ward 173 was your next one?
Yes. Is 209 at the ABC, is that going to be deed restricted after it's purchased?
This is a City and Aspen employee unit, and so it will be managed through the way we traditionally handle all leases and sales that are contingent upon your employment with the city. So just the way we operate the rest of the program, it'll be the same way.
And does that include putting a deed restriction on it?
So the deed restriction doesn't run with the title of the land, it runs with the agreement that we enter into with the employee, because a portion of our units are transitional, and so therefore, as we accommodate those, we don't necessarily tie it to a certain category in it, and this particular development is not subdivided or platted as only affordable housing.
And then my other question on this is that staff did an inspection of the property. Does the city ever hire a third-party inspection service to do inspections? Because I think we've seen in the past where some things have not been noticed and are identified in inspections.
The preliminary inspection is always conducted by 2 staff members, traditionally our Public Works Director along with a member of the Asset Department. If they need additional assistance to take a look at an issue or based upon the disclosures of the seller, they'll bring in additional expertise to assist with that.
Okay, and the health of the HOA fund and any potential special assessments has been analyzed?
So potential is a great question. We always have to have a good faith statement from the HOA, but that doesn't mean things don't change 3 months later for an HOA. But as part of the due diligence, the HOA is reviewed. This is not the first unit we have in this area, so we're pretty familiar with how this works.
Do we have other units in the Deer Hill building?
I don't know that we have it in that specific building. I would have to go back through and pull the inventory list to answer that question for you. Scott probably has the answer.
Short answer is no. We do not have a unit in Deer Hill.
Okay, thank you.
Is this a additional unit to the one we discussed a couple of weeks ago, or was that part of budgetary discussions? I just can't recall.
This is a new unit. This is a 3-bedroom unit. The last unit you looked at was 2 bedrooms. I'm having a need for 3-bedroom units. I shouldn't say I. The city has a need for employee retention for 3-bedroom units that can be at a category 1 or 2 level.
Thanks.
Any other questions on this item? Okay. Ward, did you also ask for 174? 169, 173, that's all?
I only have one question. If the list of recipients of the grants is going to be made public.
Yes. We will have a little bit to work through with minors and ensuring certain support from their parents or guardian.
Good, great program. I'm happy to see all applicants received grants.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I wanted to say my appreciation. You know, sometimes when there's a cap of, we stick to that, and I'm glad that the board, the committee that was reviewing this saw fit to try to award all of these grants. I think that's fantastic. So we have John in the back, so thank you to you. Sarah, thank you to your leadership on this issue as well. So yeah, I think we're all feeling the same way about that.
Absolutely.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Seconded.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for the consent calendar, please?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
I'm a yes. Thank you. Council, I ask for forgiveness for a second here. I needed to bring something else up in my comments pertaining to the definition of anti-Semitism that we, many council members have asked that we are looking to adopt a definition there. Been talking to the attorney's office, city attorney's office, in the hopes of preparing something. And what we need, though, is just a council direction that we are interested in that some definition or adoption there of some anti-Semitism definition coming back and coming forward to council. Jim explained it to me that it would need to be properly noticed for our next meeting, and with that, we just need to know that everybody is looking forward to that coming forward, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes, and I just wanted to add the IHRA definition, and then I wanted to at least send to council for consideration of adding the examples on the website beneath that definition in the resolution as well, because I do think that is a little more impactful than just the definition itself. Just for consideration, I'll email to each one of you individually.
Okay.
Yeah, consideration.
Yeah, I feel free, you know, I recommend that, you know, have an opportunity to talk with Jim, and then as it comes back, we can work on this together. So, thank you for that. Yes, the answer is yes, we're interested. That'll bring us down to first reading of ordinances. The first ordinance this evening is ordinance number 15, series 2023, title 25, updates, utilities.
Good evening, City Council. Cole Langford, Business Services Manager, representing the Utilities Department tonight. Justin sends his regrets. He's traveling to represent Aspen's renewable energy interests in Nebraska with our wholesale energy provider. We're in front of you tonight for the public hearing, Ordinance 15, 2023. This ordinance contains our annual updates to utility rates and fees captured within Title 25 Municipal Code. This material was reviewed with City Council at Rate Study and Financial Plan on August 17th and October 18th at the Utilities Budget Work Session. It's important to note no changes to the document have occurred since Council's last review of this proposed ordinance. Overall, the language, rates, fees of Title 25 support the water and electric, both daily and ongoing utility functions for the community. These rates and fees are critical to ensuring daily operations as well as long-term resiliency for our water and electric departments. Staff is seeking council support for Ordinance 15 here tonight. We're here to answer any other questions council may have on this ordinance. We'll be back for public hearing on November 28th.
At this time, I would take a motion to read.
So moved to read.
Second.
There's a motion and a second for reading of ordinance number 15. Any further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote for reading?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
No.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes.
Ordinance number 15, series of 2023, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aspen, Colorado, amending and adding to Title 25 of the Municipal Code of the City of Aspen Utilities, specifically Chapters 25.04, Electricity, 25.08, Water Service, General Provisions, 25.12, Utility Connections, 25.16, Water Rates and Charges, 25.28, Water Management, and 25.30, Water Efficient Landscaping Standards.
Any questions or any information that council members wish for second reading? Yep, go right ahead, Sam.
Really just one question, just reading this packet, I just wanted reassurances or to be told that we need to do more as far as the risk or loss of reduced service related to our electrical and pipes, because I see we have so much to be done, and I know you're prioritizing the most important sections, but I do want to make sure that we might not want to prioritize this more and put more money towards it to replace things sooner to reduce risk of loss or reduced service. So that's what I'd love to hear for second reading.
Thank you. Bill?
Thanks, Cole. I don't have my notes. I didn't go searching for them, to be honest, from our last discussion on this, but I do recall there were several sort of conversations and concerns about, one that I particularly brought to mind was the electric tap fees, and especially in the context of an all-electric service. So I'm just wondering, why were there no changes made to this versus what you previously presented?
There was not a majority of council that directed that change occur in the recommendations.
Okay. So, and that was true, there were no changes on anything? I know, I remember a robust discussion, but I can't remember.
We can go back and review the document to answer that for second reading.
Okay, great. Thanks.
You could take a motion.
I'll make a motion to pass ordinance number 15, series of 2023, Title 25 updates utilities on first reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote, please, for ordinance number 15 on first reading?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next for first readings is ordinance number 17. This is amending the Waste Reduction Code section.
I'm just getting my Zoom set up here. Javier in here.
Council, perhaps we can do this without a presentation and just share that this is a clerical correction. If you want a presentation, we'll happily make that happen, but otherwise, I think it's pretty self-explanatory in the memo.
I think we could see any further information on second reading, but for first reading, if you want to just give us an overview, that'd be great.
Yeah, hi. My name is Ainsley Brosnan-Smith. I'm the Waste Diversion and Recycling Program Administrator for the Environmental Health and Sustainability Department. And for our code, section 13.24110, our single-use bags code, we were reviewing it in preparation for additional restrictions coming along January 1st of 2024, and we did find a typo that we would like to clear up through a clerical, an amendment from a clerical error. The word is small, literally small, and the intent of council when we passed this code was to align our single-use bags code with the state PPRA, which is the Plastics Pollution Reduction Act, which expanded single-use bag fees to stores and not small stores. And in that paragraph I detailed in the memo, it would only apply the future regulations to small stores, which was not the intent of council or the state law. So we just want to strike that word small from the paragraph so that only stores are applied to the single-use bag fee and the plastics bag ban and the 100% recycled content mandate for carry-out bags beginning January 1st of 2024. And I will take any questions. I know the language can get tricky with store versus small store.
Can restaurants use compostable bags or paper bags as well?
Yep, and restaurants are actually exempt from this code. We mirrored the state's law, which did not include retail restaurants within the single-use bag fees.
Maybe I misunderstood. You use the term carry-out. Is that not?
Yes.
Restaurants?
Yeah. The state law exempt restaurants, and then we mirrored the state's language, which also exempts restaurants from this code. But they are welcome to use compostable bags if they desire.
Got it. I'll make a motion to approve Ordinance 17, Series of 2023.
We need to read it first, I think, so.
Why do we have to read every single one? Do we have to? I don't.
It's the reading of the ordinance, so.
Got it.
So is that a motion for a reading?
Can we? Sure.
Fine. Can I have a motion for
I
reading?
move that we read ordinance number 17, series 2023.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is second for the discussion. Can we have a roll call vote for reading of ordinance number 17?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
I'm a yes.
Ordinance number 17, series of 2023, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aspen, Colorado, amending section 13.24.110 of the Aspen Municipal Code to correct clerical errors.
Are there any other requests for information for second reading? Then I would take a motion for approval of ordinance number 17 on first reading.
I'll make a motion to pass ordinance number 17, series of 2023.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second for the discussion. Seeing none, could we have a roll call vote for approving ordinance number 17 on first reading?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
See you in a couple weeks.
See you.
Thanks.
Next one for first reading, ordinance number 19, adding marketplace facilitator definition to tax code.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm here just to do more or less a housekeeping item related to our tax code. The city is a home rule city and therefore has adopted its own tax code and does its own tax collections. However, the state has been in a process of trying to simplify and create standard definitions across the entire state as a way to make it easier for folks to file their taxes. This becomes really relevant due to the aspect of the Wayfair case that that was ruled upon in 2018 and basically removed the necessity for physical presence to allow for tax collections, and instead is more of an economic presence, basically if you're making sales into the city, regardless of where you're located. So this is basically just to add some standardized language, and it will then set us up in the future to be able to create a linkage with the state sales tax portal, which will allow us to maybe have additional collections for the community in terms of online retailers filing their taxes.
Questions?
Quick
for
question,
second?
please. Thanks, Pete. Are there any communities that are not adopting similar language to this in Colorado?
I cannot list off any for you, and CML and the state have been pushing this quite heavily at this point, so we're actually one of the few that still haven't done this.
And no reasons that come to mind to not do this?
No, there should not be a downside. In fact, it gives us a little bit better ability to go after those that do not file, because it then is explicit that it says that they must file the taxes. Right now, it's a bit more of an honor system for those online retailers at this point. We have gotten very good compliance with folks, but this creates it in our code to actually give us the backing to our ask.
Got it, thanks. And have you ever gone after an online retailer?
Not so many big ones, but certainly a lot of smaller ones. And we actually do have a lot of voluntary compliance with larger ones that realize that they haven't filed with us and they voluntarily comply.
And how do you know what smaller online retailer to go after? How do you know who's selling merchandise into Aspen?
Yeah, I mean, it comes about a lot by these places that will be things like, so Wayfair, and those are larger ones, and they're the ones that usually come forward on their own. We do have smaller mom and pop ones that sell certain things online. And again, we have a de minimis amount. So sometimes we're saying if you're selling $100 worth of goods, it's not worth remitting the tax, and it's a one-time sale. It's not something we're gonna go after on those individuals. So again, it's an honor system. It's just like filing your income taxes. Unless you get audited, they're somewhat harder to find, but this at least gives us the backing to go after them if we want to.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess I'm curious, and we can continue this conversation elsewhere, but it sort of seems like maybe this should be done on a larger level, like at the state level, where there are pooled resources to ensure compliance. I don't know how Aspen could ever be expected to, first of all, know about some retailer that's selling $500,000, $1 million worth of goods into Aspen, and then enforce it. Like, how would you know who's buying what? I mean, if you do know about it, I'm concerned, to be honest.
Right.
So, because I don't know how you're getting that information.
There is a little bit of information sharing between the state and ourselves on certain taxpayers when they don't pay at the state level, and then we find out about them as well. So those are sometimes opportunities for us to look into folks that need to file with us.
Thanks.
I can take a motion to read 19.
I'll make a motion to read ordinance number 19, series of 2023, adding marketplace facilitator definition to tax code.
Seconded.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote for reading of ordinance number 19?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes.
Ordinance number 19, series of 2023, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aspen, Colorado, amending Title 23 of the Aspen Municipal Code to amend and add definitions and include new provisions to include and facilitate taxation on remote sales into the city.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for second reading? If not, then I can take a motion for approval on first reading.
I move we approve ordinance number 19, series 2023 on first reading.
Seconded.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for ordinance number 19 on first reading, please?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes. Thanks, Pete.
Thanks, Pete.
Still here for the...
We come up to ordinance number 21, and while Matt's coming up, why doesn't somebody make a motion to read ordinance number 21?
I'll make a motion to read ordinance number 21, series of 2023.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Can we have a roll call vote for reading of ordinance number 21 on first reading?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
And yes.
Ordinance number 21, series of 2023, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aspen, Colorado, appropriating an increase in 1, the 2023 municipal budget, and 2, the 2023 budget for Aspen Country Inn Affordable Housing Fund, which is a component unit fund of the City of Aspen, and authorizing appropriations pursuant thereto.
Thank you. Matt Grau, Budget Manager for Finance for the City of Aspen. Staff is requesting an amendment to the city's 2023 budget that increases total expenditure appropriations, including transfers, from $237.8 million to $250 million. This $12.2 million increase includes $3.4 million in new requests and $8.8 million of technical adjustments. There are also $2.6 million in revenue adjustments and transfers. Of those $3.4 million in new requests, there are 5 in total, including both operating and capital expenditures. The largest being a $2 million additional funding for the Employee Benefits Fund to cover the cost of high-dollar claims and ensure sufficient budget authority for the remainder of the year. Next being $1 million additional capital funding for the replacement of the theatrical rigging system at the Wheeler Opera House. Additional funding covers structural reinforcement to support the new rigging system, demolition work, additional electrical work related to the new system, and contingencies for any further unknowns. There's also $352,700 for the transportation fund for our City of Aspen bus service subsidy based on the RAFT contract costs for 2023. And then finally, two smaller ones, $35,000 for the AMP fund for replacement of the main boiler heat exchanger at APD, of which we will receive some warranty dollars back for that replacement. And then finally, $30,000 for the employee housing fund for employee housing maintenance. Technical requests of almost $8.8 million have already previously been approved by council by resolution or ordinance in 2023, as well as reallocation of authority between funds and some accounting actions within those technical requests. And finally, Section 2 of Ordinance 21 is the City Component Unit Fund, a request of $45,000 for Aspen Country Inn Affordable Housing Fund for maintenance, repairs, and additional utility costs. Staff recommends approval of Ordinance 21 and the adoption of the 2023 Fall Supplemental Budget, increasing City of Aspen's 23 budget by $12,196,517 and an adoption of an increase of $45,000 for Aspen Country Inn Affordable Housing Budget for 2023.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Any request? Yes?
Thanks, Matt. Number one, health insurance claims paid. Could you remind us how much was part of the 2023 budget for health insurance claims and how the additional amount plus that original amount compares to prior years?
You want me to jump in?
Please do.
Yeah.
And you can do that at second reading.
Certainly. I can give you a quick context so we don't run too long. The budget was set, I believe, with claims numbers of roughly $5 million. It was a little bit less than like 4.5 for claims. Last year, our claims number came in at a little bit over $6.7 million. So significantly.
That's 22, 6.7?
Correct. So we had a very hot claims year last year, and the year before was a little bit hotter, but not nearly that high. The combination of those 2 years really did take an impact on our fund balance over time, but we still have some fund balance available. That's where these additional resources would come from. So basically, we did set the budget a little bit lower than what our experience was last year. That's for certain. We do anticipate that some of this volume is due to COVID and kind of the run out of folks that didn't go to the doctor over that period of time. That's now still kind of catch up. We have been talking very closely with our administrator to help kind of take the crystal ball look at where do we think claims are going to be in the future, and how we're going to do. This is actually the high end number that I'm expecting, you know, as like a worst case scenario. But because we did exceed the budget authority last year, I don't want to do that again. So I'm trying to be proactive and not kind of bust the budget this go around. Hopefully a lot of this isn't used and it just returns to fund balance.
Got it. So just for my notes, 6.7 in 22. The original budget for 23 was how much?
I believe it was a little less than 5 million for claims specifically.
And this is +2, right?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. And are we continuing to explore not self-insuring if that's more financially responsible?
We can discuss that at second reading, Mr. Mayor. We have not being self-insured would be, in my opinion, much more expensive, given the network and our ability to have direct contracts with providers that we would not be able to have if we were not self-insured.
Great. To be clear, wasn't suggesting it was the right idea, just making sure that we're considering it. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. Any questions on this item for second reading?
I'll make a motion to pass ordinance number 21, series of 2023.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote for ordinance number 21 on first reading?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes. And that brings us to ordinance number 22. This is proposed fee ordinance for 2024. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'll try to keep this one brief.
In a minute. Yep.
Thank you. Fees are reviewed annually by both staff and council as part of budget development, with recommended adjustments accumulated for adoption through an annual ordinance. Proposed fee changes were presented and discussed during the council budget work sessions throughout October. In addition to typical inflationary adjustments for many fees, including with golf, recreation, and Red Brick Center for the Arts, there was an effort to simplify and streamline fees where possible. This effort to simplify fees is notable within development fees for engineering and parks, as well as the revamped park rental fees, which were previously approved by council mid-year 2023. These fee changes are built into our 2024 revenue budgets, though actual collections will depend on volume of sales or services rendered. Staff is recommending approval of the 2024 fee ordinance.
Questions?
I'll say, I wrote down this is standard each year with inflation. Is that correct? That's what it came off to me as.
No, we do not peg things specifically to inflation year over year. We do make adjustments because sometimes that inflationary amount isn't a significant move. So it does make little sense at sometimes to do that. And certain fees move for certain reasons in terms of, a parking fee that might try to change behaviors versus covering costs. And what is the cost we're trying to recover? Is it 100% recovery or 50% recovery? Those types of things.
Okay. Yep.
Bill?
Thanks. The only item on here that gave me pause was in the parking section, and I'm reading from this, in the Rio Grande Plaza parking garage, business pass and unlimited monthly use passes are removed to help increase storage in the garage, mitigate inequity issues, and discourage multiple daily trips by single occupancy vehicles. To me, that's not a fee adjustment. That's a pretty major change to the programming of the Rio Grande parking garage. I don't recall discussing that ever. I'd like to know more about that, and I'm not comfortable approving the rest of this, which I'm fine with, without understanding that better.
Okay. We'll bring that back for second reading.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, if there's no other questions or requests for information for second reading, I'll take a motion.
I'll
for
make
reading.
I'll make a motion for a reading of ordinance number 24, series of 2020. Oh, sorry, series of ordinance number 22, series of 2023, proposed 2024 fee ordinance.
Seconded.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for a reading of ordinance number 22?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes.
Ordinance number 22, series of 2023, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aspen, Colorado, amending the municipal code of the City of Aspen to adjust certain municipal fees included under Section 2 and 26 of the municipal code.
And a motion for approval on first reading.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 22, series of 2023, on first reading.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second for the discussion. Can we have a roll call vote for ordinance number 22 on first reading?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
No.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Our next item on our first readings is ordinance number 24. This is 820 East Cooper, establishments of TDRs.
I'll make a motion to read ordinance number 24, series of 2023, on first reading.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for reading of ordinance number 24?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes.
Ordinance number 24, series of 2023, an ordinance of the City of Aspen City Council approving the establishment of transferable development rights for the property located at 820 East Cooper Avenue, Lot P, Block 111, City and Townside of Aspen, Colorado.
Good evening. Oh, Kirsten Armstrong with Community Development. Is this?
I think you're on, yeah.
May I share my screen? I have a couple
Go right
slides
ahead.
just to present. Thank you. Sorry. All right. So for a little background, 820 East Cooper Avenue was before you on October 10th, 2023 for a notice of call-up for conceptual major development for a proposed addition on the rear. Part of that review with HPC was they looked at a request for up to 3 transferable development rights to help with this project. And while HPC was reviewing this, they unanimously decided to recommend the establishment of these TDRs to council. And just to provide a little context for where this is, it's 820 East Cooper Avenue. It has retained its historic location and general historic form throughout the years. It's a pre-1890s minor cottage. It's a very small resource, and it's on a 2,999 square foot lot in the residential multifamily zone district. So the request is the establishment of 3 TDRs to sever a total of 750 square feet from the sending site, which is 820 East Cooper Avenue. And the applicant has provided the floor area calcs that you can see on the slide here. So for a 2,999 square foot lot in the residential multifamily zone district, the maximum allowed floor area is 2,399.2 square feet. So with the addition that they have proposed and was approved by HPC, the total floor area on the site will go up to 1,612.6 square feet. So remaining will be 786.6 square feet. So if you are to establish 3 TDRs and they sever those TDRs, there will be 36.6 square foot remaining on the site of allowed development rights. So staff and HPC have found that the criteria for establishment of TDRs is met on this site, and both recommend that this is approved. So I am happy to take questions for second reading, but that is what I have for you today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 24, series of 2023.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'll say one thing if I can.
Yes.
I just like when staff and HPC already approved and it was unanimous by HPC and I read the packet, this just becomes a pretty easy decision for me. So I want to say that.
John?
Yeah, I want to echo that. I think this was a very straightforward presentation. I want to thank Ben and Adams for their diligent work on this, and I'm really pleased that we have a process that works for at least some of our residents. Thanks.
We have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call vote for, I believe this is number 24?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ordinance number 25, procurement revisions, thresholds, Title IV. I'll take a motion to read.
I'll make a motion to read ordinance number 25, series of 2023.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion. Can we have a roll call vote for reading of ordinance number 25?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes.
Ordinance number 25, series of 2023, an ordinance of the Aspen City Council. That didn't sound right.
City Council.
Aspen City Council adopting code amendments to the Procurement Code Title IV, Sections 4.04.050 through 4.04.120.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. City Council and staff worked through proposed 2024 revisions at the November 6th work session just last week, with council direction from that session being incorporated into the proposed ordinance today. The main changes being, not the main, but some of the changes being threshold changes for department purchases, going from previous amount of $25,000 up to $35,000. Competitive quotes, previously being from $25,000 up to $50,000. Staff is proposing increasing that from the new $35,000 threshold up to below $100,000. Additionally, staff recommends requiring a minimum of 3 quotes for service, or 2 if it's just for materials and goods, and city manager and city attorney approval as secondary authorizations. Formal solicitation for goods and services currently sits at $50,000, requiring city council approval. That will increase to at or above $100,000. In addition, emergency procurement will also increase to the same rate from $50,000 up to $100,000. Change orders, for consistency, staff is recommending that when the combined value of the original contract plus any change order equals or exceeds that $100,000 threshold, approval would then be required by city council via resolution. And then 2 of the changes that council recommended: artist performance contracts, realizing the unique nature of artist performance contracts. City manager would have authorization to approve up to $150,000 for those. And in alignment with the Aspen Sustainability Action Plan, preference would be limited up to 5% premium of the otherwise next lowest option for those. In addition, the small administrative cleanup actions are also recommended within the code change to address outdated language. A red line version of the proposed changes to Title IV was attached, and proposed Ordinance 25 reflects all of the proposed changes without red lines. Financial and budget impacts. Changes to municipal code for goods and services is not anticipated to have any material impact to the city's budget. Rather, the benefit of these proposed code changes equate to reduced time for council engagement on smaller value purchasing, given today's prices, and will additionally assist departments in advancing certain projects or acquisitions at a faster pace due to the reduction of administrative need around those lower dollar agreements. Staff recommends approval of the revised procurement threshold and changes to Title IV of the Municipal Code within the proposed ordinance.
Go ahead, Sam. Thanks. 2 quick things. One, Section 11, emergency procurement. I think you're missing a word or 2 in that section C or subsection C text. That's reading a little clunky to me, so you may want to check on that. Thank you. And 2, I just want to make sure everyone at the table here is aware of the provision in here that the threshold amounts that we are agreeing by approving this to increase the threshold amounts every 5 years by CPI increases, consumer price index increases. I'm not saying I'm opposed to that. I just want to make sure everyone's aware of that. It's not going to come back in 5 years to the next council necessarily, unless the threshold increases requested are in excess, I would imagine, of the CPI increases. Something to think about. That's it for me.
I would like Mr. True to clarify that. I don't believe the staff has the authority to amend the code for thresholds without action by the council.
Sorry, the council is the only entity that can amend the code. I perhaps was looking for your other change and missed what your question was.
So on the 4th whereas on page 1, it says, whereas the city council agreed that the threshold amounts be increased every 5 years as determined by the change in CPI. The limits will increase in conjunction with inflation rounded up to the nearest $1,000. So to me, that implies that that's an automatic action. Moving forward, every 5 years, you look at what the CPI increases are and you increase those limits, the threshold limits by CPI.
Correct.
So when this discussion occurred, I would be uncomfortable utilizing that code to sign something that is above $100,000. I just want to be clear. I would like the actual dollar amount I'm approved to in the code.
So
The
perhaps
reason-
that whereas needs to be removed.
The rationale of why it's there, if you go back to the council 6 years ago when they looked at this, it had to do with not wanting to do this annually, so putting in a review period and giving some basis for what criteria would be considered reasonable in that review. And that's why the CPI component is there.
Got it. So maybe we just clarify that
think we need to
this
clarify
still
this.
requires council action to
Yes.
put further changes into effect.
But I thought that was in this amendment, to allow that increase.
So I think Councilmember Guth is asking, do we need to bring that back to them after 5 years to ratify the CPI change over the 5-year term?
And I'm saying, yes, as a city manager, I would not do that without that.
And staff is comfortable with either of those options, honestly.
Yeah.
We don't want to
I'm
circumvent.
not necessarily uncomfortable with an automatic reset, but Sarah's not, so I think let's just clarify in there that
Yeah, we'll clarify that.
then
second
it
reading.
becomes a non-issue.
No problem.
Yeah, I just wanted more clarity too. So I think we had the discussion last Monday, and in that discussion, we asked for preferences to buy local and/or sustainable goods as part of the municipal code. And then in section 6 and 7, and this is just clarity, I'm not necessarily against it. I just see we also added stuff for like women and minority-owned businesses. And I guess I'm kind of wondering why that was absent from last Monday's discussion. It sort of felt snuck in there unless I'm wrong.
It was part of the council materials last week.
Okay, just not in the first set of packet? I just never remember those words being brought up, so.
It may not have had verbal discussion.
Yeah.
It was in the packet material. It wasn't intended to be snuck in there, if you will.
No.
Yeah.
Well, with that, and I think I said this last Monday, just be consistent, is there a mechanism we can have in place to review section 6 and 7? And I don't mean review like scrutinize, I just would love some examples of when this is put in practice. Pilot program, whatever you want to call it. A year from now, I'd love to just hear if this was ever actually used, and what those examples were, I don't know, you could take the names off of things, so it's still anonymous, but what we went with versus what we could have gone with, because I do think we have a fiscal responsibility to our citizens. I think this is a great intention, but great intention's not always good policy, and I just would love to see examples of when this is actually used.
Yeah, I have a team that'll be happy to track when we apply those extra items to the scoring matrix or the awards.
Okay, thank you.
And just piggybacking one comment on that is, please make sure that our legal team ensures that these criteria are very well defined and very clearly defined. I don't want to open you up to liability on this, open us up to liability on this. You know, what does women-owned mean? Is that owned 1/1000% or 100%? I don't know. I'm not arguing the merits of this or not, to be clear. I'm just, at this point, I'm making sure that it's very clear to potential bidders what the rules are and what those criteria mean. So I don't know if additional language needs to be added to the procurement code to define that or elsewhere, but I would like to make sure it's done properly.
We will be adopting definitions already used by the state or perhaps the federal government. We will compare the two. So we will use ones that have already been tested in procurement processes, not developing our own.
Great.
And by adoption, that's an administrative process for how we administer the code, for clarity.
The one that may not be in a state or federal dictionary or whatever you want to call it, is local. That's the one I'm also nervous about, so.
Sure, we'll
that one
take a
should have
look
some-
at what the state of Colorado does about purchases within the state versus outside of state as a guidepost. I think they do have some language around that, if I remember. Yeah.
I'm sure they do.
Any other requests for information for second reading? Take a motion.
Counselor Doyle?
Motion first, right?
Sorry.
Motion to approve ordinance number 25.
We don't need.
We already read it.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 25, series of 2023 procurement revisions to thresholds and Title IV.
Seconded.
Motion and a second. Further discussion. Can we have a roll call vote for ordinance number 25 on first reading?
That's what I was waiting for.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
I'm a yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys.
See you in a couple weeks. Council, it is just about 7 o'clock. We have a couple items still left on our agenda. My suggestion is that we continue forward without a break at this time. Is that okay for everybody, or does anybody need a 5-minute bio break? All right, that'll bring us to public hearings then. We'll go to ordinance number 12. Sounds like I brought mine.
Oh, I got it from downstairs. So.
Good evening, City Council. Haley Hart with Community Development. To my left, I got Ben Anderson. To my right, Sophie Varga. If you are okay with it, we'd like to share a slide deck
Please.
for Ordinance 12.
Mr. Mayor, Council, again for the record, Ben Anderson with Community Development. Thanks for your time this evening. This is a proposed code amendment that came in front of you for first reading several weeks ago now. We had a continued second reading until this evening when we had a full agenda a few weeks ago. But we're here tonight to talk about some of the details related to second reading and the proposed amendments to the land use code around outdoor lighting. So just very quickly, in terms of what's happening in the land use code, if this were to be approved, right now our outdoor lighting standards are sitting in the middle of a slew of what we call miscellaneous and regulations that are about a lot of different things. And this would create a distinct section of the land use code specific to outdoor lighting, so there is a little bit of reorganization proposed. Tonight, we'd like to talk a little bit about our relationship with Clanton & Associates. Brittany Lynch from Clanton & Associates is online this evening. If we have any technical questions or if you'd like to have any discussion with her about Clanton's work, we want to review and discuss Ordinance 12 with you. Give a chance to answer any questions and further discussion. I will say at the end of we're going to go through kind of the major components of the proposed change. At the end, we wanted to continue the conversation we had at first reading. We did not have a majority of council that supported any changes to the ordinance between first and second reading on any topics, but there was some robust conversation around a couple of topics that we want to bring back to council's attention, and we'll give a chance to do so at the end of the presentation. But we would recommend action on Ordinance 12 this evening. We went through this quickly last time, and I'll do it again quickly tonight. 2003 was the last time that this section of the code was touched. Since then, there's been, I think, significant changes in the design context in Aspen. There certainly has been even more monumental change in lighting technology and the way lighting is kind of designed and presented and marketed, and all those kinds of things have changed dramatically. We also have, and this is a criticism that we've received, I think both from designers and folks that are making complaints about different lighting outcomes in the community. We have a fully prescriptive ordinance currently, and our current code gives very little consideration to the actual outcomes or performance on a particular property. We think that this proposal corrects that. Again, terminology, technology, best practices have changed over time. We also, in our current code, treat different use types, residential, commercial, and different areas of town identically. And that translates into, I think, lighting outcomes that are sometimes surprising to people as they move from residential to commercial areas and vice versa, and move from the core and away from the core. The lighting requirements currently are very similar across those thresholds. And then, this was a topic that is a big part of the current code proposal around the idea of light trespass. This is, just to be clear as we talk more about this evening, this is a measurement at property line of both the light coming from outside lighting that's on the exterior of the building, and also any light that may be coming through fenestration kind of into crossing property line and having impacts on neighbors or pedestrians. And our current code right now is just difficult to apply, both for designers who are working on different projects across town and city review staff. I'm going to turn things over to Haley, and she's going to talk about the nuts and bolts of this.
So this is just, I think we showed this to you during first reading. This is an example from one of our stakeholders who actually submitted a public comment to you all this past week. This is a view from the inside of his house looking out at his neighbor's house. And as we sort of walk through the different components of the updated code, this is what we're looking to curtail, is to have more or less neighborly conflict with lighting, looking to look at a parcel holistically, and really looking to have responsible outdoor lighting as a outcome. So where are we in the process? We presented this again at first reading. This is sort of just the general overview of what we have done up to this point. This has included check-ins with P&Z, HPC, CCLC, many draft check-ins with technical stakeholders, policy resolution with City Council, which was earlier this year, refinement of the draft, first reading, which Ben had alluded to a few weeks ago, and on to second reading. So again, just a project timeline of where we started and where we are. This has been a 2-year-long effort. So just as a reminder, this has gone through many different iterations, many different drafts with many different stakeholders and review agencies along the way. And again, Brittany Lynch, who has served as the project lead from our consultant team, Clanton & Associates, she is online, and I wanted to give her an opportunity to just say hi to council, as she has been sort of the individual we've worked most closely with and who has really helped us refine the draft along the way. So Brittany, are you able to say hi there?
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Brittany.
So again, Brittany is online and available to help answer any questions, especially sort of technical applications to this code. I think we have sort of outlined a little bit about Clanton Associates, but just as a reminder, they are a firm out of Boulder, and they are national experts on lighting design and policy. And their expertise, along with the proposed code, aligns with that of International Dark Sky Certificate. And we have incorporated those best practices into the code. So what we're looking at are images from Clanton and their team's site visit to the city back in spring of 2022. They went around, looked at the sort of context of town, getting a better understanding, boots on the ground, of what were some of the updates that they needed to look at and ways to achieve it. And I wanted to just add a quick slide about International Dark Sky Certificate. For those who may not be aware or may not have been present sort of during the first iteration of the working on the lighting code. So the proposed ordinance is modeled off of the International Dark Sky Model Lighting Ordinance. And the Model Lighting Ordinance provides a template designed to help municipalities develop outdoor lighting standards. And so a lot of what we're looking at tonight has been developed off of the model lighting ordinance. And again, many communities around the country and internationally have used this as the model for their outdoor lighting code. And what Brittany and staff has done is sort of bring it into the Aspen specific context to make it an applicable use for our city. And again, looking at public engagement, we had the model ordinance sort of as the baseline for this text, but a lot of the drafts and the iterations that y'all have seen, that HPC, P&Z, CCLC has seen, that has come with a lot of different edits and inputs, especially from our technical stakeholders. So again, we had about 45 technical stakeholders. These are lighting engineers, lighting designers, interested citizens, people who are really engaged in the process. We had some really great feedback along the way and have incorporated many of the edits that we have received back from them. So I just wanted to say thank you to them for anyone who's online, and make note that we did see many public comments, some of which were from the stakeholder group, some of which whom were not, but those were included in the second reading packet.
So with feedback and support from the consultants and stakeholders, the proposed draft includes guiding principles for the updated lighting code. These principles state that outdoor lighting will be useful, targeted, controlled, no brighter than necessary, and a warm white light color. In addition to the guiding principles, we worked with the consultants to draft proposed goals. These goals serve as the foundation for the code updates. Our goals were to use national best practices to reduce obtrusive and glaring light, to curtail light pollution, prevent inappropriate and poorly designed outdoor lighting, to protect local and migrating ecological systems, and to prevent light trespass. So using those principles and the goals, we worked on updating the lighting code. Today, we're highlighting some of the overarching updated concepts. We touched on many of these during past presentations. At this point, we have worked through all the details, as Haley was speaking to. While we aren't pursuing the dark sky certification, again, we are incorporating those best practices. So the first major proposed change is to establish lighting zones across the city. Having lighting zones allows us to differentiate between the different areas of the city by use, commercial, residential, parks, and establish different performance standards based off of that primary use. Next, we have incorporated maximum lumen limits and regulating the quality of light overall. We've allowed for a variety of lighting types, fully shielded, partially shielded, and unshielded fixtures, with the language based upon those guiding principles that it should be useful, targeted, controlled, no brighter than necessary, and warm. Finally, the current lighting code does not have standards regulating the amount of light spilling across property lines. In the new code, we have introduced hours of curfew when trespassing light is regulated. We're also proposing in the updated code the same hours of curfew for seasonal lighting as for the light trespass. The proposed code clearly lays out allowances for highlighting historical landmark features with exterior light. And finally, we are proposing a 5-year legacy exemption period for existing non-conforming fixtures. This will provide time for everyone to update their lighting, and it is of note that as currently written, the trespass and curfew regulations will come into effect immediately, and Haley will be going into further detail regarding the legacy exemption period later. One aspect of the code that we spent a lot of time updating are the applicability and submission sections. This was based off of feedback from staff and stakeholders. So this new proposed code focuses on evaluating how a building or parcel is illuminated holistically, rather than looking solely at each individual light fixture on the site. As drafted, the submission requirements depend on the proposed scope. For example, if someone proposes to replace just a fixture, only that fixture needs to comply. If someone were to redevelop an entire property, the entire property would need to comply with all portions of the adopted code. We also worked on creating 2 paths for submissions. Those are the performance method and the prescriptive method. So applicants have the ability to choose between these two methods regardless of the scope. The performance method is something that outdoor lighting designers use. They input the lighting fixture information into a special software, and it shows if the proposal complies with the code. The prescriptive method involves submitting information on each proposed fixture along with an Excel spreadsheet that the consultants have created. The applicant inputs each fixture, then the spreadsheet does the rest for them. We have included that tool in the packet as Exhibit E, and we have a screenshot here. So the fields in orange are filled out by the applicant, and the other fields are calculated by the tool. This makes it super easy for applicants and staff to see if what is proposed is compliant. It will, if the fixture's in green, that means it complies, and if it's red, it would tell the applicant and staff that the fixture didn't pass or the entire site didn't pass, based off of a variety of requirements, if it's too bright, too cool of colors, etc.
And Sophie, on this slide, if I could just interrupt for a second.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to emphasize the improvement that we think this is to the application processes for both projects large and small. I think lighting, because of the sort of technical language and specifications that are associated with different fixtures, having this information and a spreadsheet that can calculate this both for the applicants and for our staff to review is going to make this process much, much smoother and efficient, I think, for both sides of the development review process.
This is only for exterior fixtures,
Just for
correct?
exterior fixtures.
Yes. And Clanton Associates developed a similar tool for Fort Collins, and Brittany alluded that it's been very successful, and so that was something that we were really interested in adopting for our team and for those who are submitting, just to sort of create some clarity. So Sophie sort of went over high level what we're looking at for some of these bigger changes. I wanted to do a deeper dive. Some of these slides you'll have seen before, but just for clarity's sake and transparency, we really wanted to nail in what these different changes and enhancements to the proposed code are. So starting with the lighting zones, again, this is an adopted national best practice that is set forth in the International Dark Skies Model Ordinance. And the idea is to create a hierarchy of lighting performance based on the use of the parcel. As Ben had mentioned in the sort of beginning of the slides, everything right now is sort of set for the same types of uses. So we have distinguished 3 types of uses for lighting zones. We have lighting zone 1, that's for residential. Lighting zone 2, which is non-residential, so for the core or other commercial uses. And then we have parks. So I definitely wanted to sort of make note once again that we gave flexibility to the Parks Department. They were very interested in being part of this process. They were part of many iterations of looking at the draft, giving feedback, and were really helpful in helping us understand what they needed. So we created sort of their own specification within lighting zones that gives flexibility to the amount of lighting based on the type of park and the use of the park, but sort of creates some guardrails for them so that they are consistent with the type of luminaires that they are presenting in the park. So I wanted to just make note of that for the lighting zones. And again, think of the lighting zones as an overlay to our existing zoning. So our GIS team did a great job putting this together. This is sort of a draft of what eventually will be public facing on our GIS portal, and it does overlay with current zone districts. So to look at the lumen limits for residential and non-residential uses, I wanted to just spend a second talking about how the difference between lumens and lux. So lumens, when we're referring to lumens, that is how much light you are getting from the bulb, so that is the output, whereas the lux is the measurement of the light at the distance. So this time we brought our new light meter. We had forgotten it during first reading. So the light meter, right, this is what is measuring the lux. So this is measuring light at the distance, whereas the lumen, right, that's going to be the bulb of the light. So these next two tables are setting a lumen limit, so that is the light output. So this is the first lumen limit table, and this is for our residential uses. So again, mostly LZ1, but we do have some residential uses in the commercial core. So that's why we have the LZ2 as part of this table. And the goal is for the city to reduce outdoor lighting output, but still give allowance to each parcel. Again, thinking about enjoyment and safety at the baseline of how many lumens is appropriate for the size of the lot. This is the non-residential commercial lumen limit. So as opposed to the residential that we just saw, which is creating maximums based on the size of the lot, this gives you 4 options to create a calculated total for the use of the commercial or non-residential property. So for instance, if a building has 100 square feet of facade, and I think I used this example maybe at first reading, but you would be allocated 1,600 lumens plus any of these other 3 qualifiers based on the building facade 16 under LZ2 multiplier. So not to get it too confusing, but again, you're thinking commercial space, right? So this is going to be LZ2, that's our lighting zone 2. And you have a building facade in the downtown core, it's 100 square feet. You use that multiplier, the 16, to get that first number. And then for anything else, you would just add that up. So if you have a building entrance, that's another 1,000 lumens of, another 1,000 lumens that you would get. So you get 4 of those. And again, this is what, the spreadsheet tool is going to be helpful with this. This is not meant to be confusing or difficult. This is just giving, again, flexibility based on the use, based on the size, and based on the location, right? So again, not every commercial space is on the same size lot. It's not the same size frontage looking into our downtown. So this gives some flexibility for commercial users to have outdoor lighting. So another item that we're looking at is light quality. So for CCTs, this is correlated color temperature, and the idea is to encourage warm colored lights. So I have in the red box what the code allows for the warmness. So again, creating or staying away from the cold color temperatures. But for holiday lighting, there is an allowance for it to be up to 4,000 Kelvin. So again, not only looking at how much lighting a parcel is emitting, but looking at the type and the quality of lighting that a parcel is emitting.
Haley, can I interrupt on that one? Could you go back to that last slide? The white icicle.
Oh, sorry.
Was that me?
Go ahead.
Sorry. The white icicle lights that we put on the malls in the winter, where do you think, I'm sure you don't have this answer at the tip of your tongue, but where do you think those fall on this light spectrum?
I would presume 4,000 as that is sort of the standard holiday lighting. Brittany probably, as our lighting expert, would know maybe more off the top of her head. But again, the 4,000 kelvins is typically what the holiday lighting that you'll see for sale in like Target would be. Brittany, do you have anything you'd like to add to that? Okay.
And would these rules apply to holiday lighting on the malls and parks?
So on the malls, so that is within the right of way. So no, but parks, the concept of us working with parks was they really wanted to align the way that they are lighting both within right of way and on private properties with the lighting code. So I believe that, their intent is to follow the lighting code as much as possible, but technically this is again for private property.
Thanks.
After that. Can you guys hear me okay?
Is that Brittany? Hi.
Hello? Oh.
Yeah. These rules apply to holiday lighting on the malls and parks.
So on the malls, so that is within the right of way.
Brittany, we can hear you and some feedback. Okay, Brittany, I'm going to keep going, but please chime in and we can always backtrack on slides.
Just the one thing I want to say is that
When I look at that color scheme, I don't think all of our holiday lighting falls within that 2,000 to 4,000
Hi, this
right
is
now.
Brittany. Can you guys hear me okay?
And so therefore, I just want to recognize that there will be a useful life of those goods, that we will continue to use them and then comply in, unless council directs us to go ahead and start a replacement process much sooner. Thank you.
I have a question about that. A couple of years ago, those icicle lights and some of those lights were replaced, and there were some complaints that they were so bright. And I think the staff response was that they would get less bright over time. Is that the case?
I'm not
So in that discussion, sorry, I don't expect you to know the parks lighting purchases. I barely know them. So they generally are supposed to. Whether it's to the satisfaction level some people want it is a different story that I can't answer for you.
Sorry, Brittany's having problems communicating currently, so I'm going to try to change some settings rapidly.
Brittany, would you like to try again? All right, we can move back again if she can hear us later. Okay, I'm going to keep going, but we can backtrack if needed. So in addition to the CCT, the proposed ordinance gives guidance on fixtures. So there is a preference for fully shielded fixtures, and you will be able to have more fixtures, more lighting, or I guess more fixtures if they are fully shielded. We do give some flexibility for unshielded and partially shielded fixtures, but you're just going to be given a lower lumen allowance for those types of fixtures. And this was something that Brittany really encouraged us to look at, was giving some flexibility, some artistic and architectural flexibility for those who are interested in either having partially shielded or unshielded fixtures. But again, the preference is for fully shielded, and that is where the bulk of the lumen allowance will be placed for a parcel. Okay. So a new concept in the proposed code, which we have touched on in previous meetings, is light trespass, and that is looking at the light spillage into the right-of-way that may affect nighttime enjoyment. And again, this is a concept directly from the model ordinance. This has been a very successful concept in many other communities, and this is a measurement, again, of that total amount of light that is coming from both interior and exterior of the property. And for light trespass, again, we are looking at what is spilling onto or beyond the property line. So that is important to note. And we have enforcement, again, for this sort of curfew hour period of 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. for both residential and non-residential locations, giving an hour of flexibility for businesses who may be open beyond 10 p.m. and beyond 7 a.m. for safety of that property and business. And underlined, we have enforcement is during curfew hours and on a complaint basis only. So like everything else within community development that is enforceable, it is a complaint basis, meaning until we get a valid 311 Connect complaint, we will not go out and take measurements of light trespass with our new light meter until that can be verified through 311 Connect.
Haley, will that notation that you just mentioned be codified or just assumed?
The enforcement, I believe we have an enforcement system within the title, and it is pointing back to Title II, which is our progressive enforcement system. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that, but we do point to Title II, which is the progressive enforcement system.
I'm not sure I understand, so let me ask more specifically. Will it be codified that light trespass is only enforced during curfew hours?
Oh, yes, definitely. Sorry, yes.
Thanks.
I misunderstood that. Yes, we have, this is the exact language, the residential 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., non-residential 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. unless blah, blah, blah. That is directly from the ordinance.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Just a reminder, back to our lumens versus lux. Again, I just put that in again because, again, we are looking at the lux with the light trespass. And this is our lux light trespass property levels. So this is how we would measure, and I believe what it is 5 feet past the right or past the property line. That is where we would take the measurement. So not right at the property line, 5 feet back. And then, for instance, if it was a residential property, we would have the light meter. We've got, oh, I guess it's like capped right here. But that would be measuring. We can set it up where we're saying, okay, we're looking at the lux, and if it is beyond 1, then that means that light trespass would apply to that property.
I'm sorry to keep asking questions, but I think it's important to have these slides up. You keep putting images of the Eden Gallery, which I think we can all understand why that's your example case. Which lighting zone is the core? Which one would that fall in?
2. The core is 2.
2, okay.
Residential is 1. Many of the parks and open spaces, that would be under lighting zone 0, but again, there's some flexibility there based on the use of the park. Lighting zone 3 is not currently defined. We have not overlaid that with any of our current zone districts. We have included it so that there is flexibility if, for instance, a PD or if there was a recreational use that needed a larger amount of light emittance, that would be available, but again, within a certain reasonable cap.
Got it. So for context, my question is, Eden Gallery at 5 feet from the property line, which is, I assume, fairly equivalent to the facade of the building, if not exactly equivalent to the facade of the building. What's the lux today? Have you measured that?
I would expect it to surpass 3.
So would I, but like how much? Is it 15 or is it 3.2? I mean,
to be honest with you, I don't know.
And
hi everyone, this is Brittany. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, Brittany.
Okay, so sorry about that. I'm glad to rejoin the meeting. From what I heard Haley describe about taking light trespass measurements, so within the ordinance, we require that it's 5 feet on the property line measured vertically. So you'd be standing and you're at 5 feet and you're holding the light meter and it's pointed towards the center of the property. And that is laid out in the ordinance section, let's see here, 26.512.050. And then part C is where we describe how to measure. And I feel like there's some questions being asked by council members, but it's very hard to hear. And I think I heard Ben, you answer, but I feel like I could have helped answer the question, but I couldn't properly hear it. So if you want to repeat what you were asking, I'm happy to answer your question.
Yeah. Brittany, Councilmember Guth was asking particularly about, we had, I think in your initial survey when you folks were here in April 2022, there was a gallery in downtown that was particularly bright at night, mostly from internal fixtures kind of spilling out through fenestration. The question was the amount of lux that would likely be measured of that property. And I think it's a little bit difficult without going out there, but my guess is it significantly exceeds 3.
Yeah, I think I probably can give you the exact answer of that. I think we have it in our notes. So I can dig it up and give it back to you, but it was definitely, I think we took our measurements, and it was around 3 lux, 0.3 foot candles, in the middle of the road. But what's so funny about perception is that it felt so much brighter, even though the numbers were relatively low and acceptable. And that's kind of what you get when you use, illuminance measurements at the property line. It may still feel bright, but the numbers will tell you, oh, okay, it's acceptable.
And two, these are pretty standardized trespass numbers. I know, again, Brittany alluded that these are Fort Collins has adopted these same numbers. These are in the model ordinance as well. So I think this is a pretty standardized light trespass illuminance limit.
Got it. Yeah, I guess some context would be helpful for me if I can, I honestly don't know whether to say this is enough or not enough or too much, right? Like I don't know what 3 lux looks like.
And I think that, we've all spoken very clearly that, this is a new concept, and if we feel like it's an overreach or too much or too little, like this is absolutely something that we can come back to. This is a new concept for our city, so, this is sort of the standard best practice, but if it doesn't work for us, that's something we can always come back to.
Bless you.
Okay. And so for seasonal lighting, we talked a little bit about the CCTs for that, but this is something that council had recommended that staff continue with the designated dates for seasonal lighting, but to continue with the curfew hours for this as well. So as it is written currently, we are still looking at 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. For both residential and non-residential, with the caveat of that 1 hour sort of before or after closing based on the business. And again, we recognize, and we said this at first reading, we're a resort community. We celebrate the winter. We want it to be festive. We want it to continue to feel festive, but within reason. And we want to also do right to our neighbors. And this is a pretty large complaint that the city's zoning team receives is over seasonal lighting. So we're hoping that creating a curfew can help alleviate some of those complaints that we receive every year.
You say you receive complaints. Have you heard rebuttal or justification or from those that are being complained against?
I think people really enjoyed their outdoor lighting and their bulbs. And right now, the city's current lighting code doesn't distinguish what we would consider like ping pong or bistro lighting against what is holiday lighting. And we are creating those distinctions, and I think that will help alleviate some complaints. I also believe that having a curfew will help. We get a lot of complaints that people are leaving their lights on all year round, that they're leaving them on all day, all night. And I think that with the combination of having the curfew hours and trespass, that will really help curtail some of the neighborly conflict that we hear with individuals. I can't say that I've ever spoken to someone who I asked, and like, why do you have your lights on? I think it's mostly for enjoyment. They think that, Aspen, again, it's sort of this fun seasonal location. They feel that it is part of the ambiance of town. But I think it's, sometimes at the expense of their neighbors' enjoyment of their dark skies and property as well.
Okay, thank you for that. John?
Yeah. You brought up Flagstaff and Fort Collins. Are either of those certified dark sky?
Yeah, Flagstaff is, I believe Fort Collins is as well.
I remember you mentioning that Flagstaff was.
Yeah. Brittany, is Fort Collins dark sky?
I'm not sure where they are in that process. Similar to Aspen, we start with exciting prospects of wanting to have that, but then going through the motions of it, I think I can check back in, but it might have been like a cost prohibitive thing that comes into play.
Mm-hmm.
But that was where the intention started. And I think the ordinance that they have fully reflects that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I just want to point out that Fort Collins and Flagstaff are both pretty large cities, especially compared to us. I think you've already answered my second question, which was going to be, are we going to pursue dark sky designation sometime in the future? But it seems like we're headed that direction, and maybe after these developments, we can look into that.
I think that there's other components within, the city, and I'll be honest, around holiday lighting, around our streetlight system, that I think we'd need to, make some decisions about as a community, if that was a priority. I will say that the ordinance that we're putting in place would be a really great foundation, should the community want to go in that direction and actually pursue a certification. But I will say that this ordinance, reflects most of the best practices that cities that are pursuing dark sky certification are also going after. But I think there's a lot of other components to it that I think were beyond the scope of this effort.
Right. I'm not really advocating for it, but I think it is a good goal if we can get there.
Okay, so moving on to historic landmarks, we have carved out space within this new chapter to continue to recognize the desire for site-specific approvals and enhancements for architectural features for many of our owners of historical properties. So for instance, we are giving approvals that, a 1,000 lumen limit for a historic luminaire may still continue on a historically designated site, whereas that approval wouldn't be granted for a new build or non-historic landmark. So we do have some space carved out to allow that flexibility for our historic landmarks. And we'll go in a little bit more about this, but I did want to just mention, as the code currently reads, we do have this 5-year legacy exemption. So again, this would be for existing luminaires. So anything that would be considered non-conforming, if the ordinance were to pass, would have 5 years, and then at that point would need to be brought into compliance. Trespass, as it is written now, that would be effective immediately. Curfew, that would be effective immediately. Again, we feel that trespass and curfew are really the two mechanisms to be able to curtail some of the issues that we are responding to in the updated code. Existing luminaires, we can grant some space for.
Haley, are there luminaires that are being approved under today's land use code that would not be allowed under the new land use code?
It's hard to say because, again, what is really changing, I actually think that this code grants more space for different luminaire types. What I can't speak to is, are they directionally, in their neighbor's space, or are they being accepted with a really bright, cool bulb? That's the kind of things that I think that may be more of an issue for us to be looking at down the road. I do think that there's a little bit more space granted for the type of luminaires. Is there something you wanted to add?
I think all that I would add, Bill, is that our code right now, for most kinds of fixtures, is already responding to some of these concerns. Yep. I think the big change is coming up with that maximum lumen limit. I will also say that one of the things I think the code does is actually allow some fixtures that are currently prohibited by our code at sort of lower light levels. So I think for the most part, I think there's some really old fixtures. I lived sort of a home in town that had some really old fixtures on it that would not be compliant under this code. But I think most of the things that are being installed in sort of current lighting design, most of them, I can't speak to the maximum lumens coming out of each fixture, but most of them in terms of their design and where they're where they're directing light and that kind of thing, a lot of those qualities are already in our code to some degree or another.
Yeah, what I'm trying to reconcile with is assuming that that code has roughly been the same since 2003, so the last 20 years, the globe fixture at the top center there, that's certainly not allowed under today's code. The one in the top right is not allowed under today's code, to the best of my knowledge. So, those aren't a non-issue for me in applying retroactively because they were installed 20-plus years ago if they exist, or installed without a permit. But I'm trying to understand how much, if someone is getting a permit or finishing a house right now or a commercial building right now, and then you're telling them you got to rip all that out, that's where I'm struggling.
And I think that's completely valid. I do see it more of like a quantity, not a quality issue. As the code reads now, again, we don't have limits for lumens for parcels, whereas now we're sort of dialing that in and saying, okay, this is the appropriate amount of output for a parcel. And I think that might be where, builds that are getting approved now, like some of the lighting output is a tremendous amount. And so again, I don't know if it's so much about like the luminaire type as it's about the overall performance of the parcel.
And some of that could be rectified, in the future, should that property receive a complaint by their neighbor, because that would be the first point, is that somebody 5 years from now says, my neighbor's lights are shining in my bedroom window. I think that there's going to be, I think in a lot of circumstances, it could be a dimming sort of effort to sort of resolve that situation. I think it could be a replacement of the actual bulb to have less light output per fixture if there was a fixture of complaint. I don't know in most circumstances if it would require a replacement of the fixture. I think there's probably other things that could be done to try to respond to a complaint on a per fixture or a per site basis if something were aggrieving their neighbors.
Thanks.
So these are the topics that got discussed at first reading. We've just talked about a few of them. We wanted to give a little bit more time and attention to them just to make sure that council was clear and to respond to any continuing questions or concerns that might be there. The first is around enforcement. And, I think sometimes when regulations like this are rolled out, I think that there's this sentiment perhaps that, myself and my talented colleagues are walking around town looking for violations. We don't have time for that. We have very clear code provisions that preclude us from doing that. And so our sort of enforcement process starts with a complaint. Our first engagement with folks is around a conversation and engagement, trying to find a response that can most easily respond to whatever complaint that we're receiving. And it's got to go pretty far down the line where we're going through more kind of direct sort of enforcement outcomes. And so again, to the earlier point, 26512 is written, sort of points to Title II, where we have our discussion of enforcement of city regulations across the municipal code. The enforcement mechanism would not be any different for this. We receive a formal complaint, we check out the situation. I think I will say it's going to be a challenge on some of these things because it's going to require, in response to complaints, staffs to go evaluate things after curfew. We try to have a conversation, educate, see what can be done that's minimally intrusive to respond. And usually we have resolution at that moment. But there are some occasions where it goes further down the the progressive enforcement system.
Are you sure you want to sign yourself up for this enforcement effort?
I will say that on the other side of that equation is when we receive complaints right now on some of these things, we just don't. We kind of throw our hands up and go, sorry, we don't have good rules, and go have a conversation with your neighbor and see if you guys can work it out between yourselves. That's, on some of these topics, that's all we have right now. And sometimes we're responding to calls every 2 weeks from the same folks that are having the same disputes with their neighbors. And right now, particularly on trespass, particularly on seasonal lighting, we just don't have the strength of code to, I think, fairly respond to those concerns.
This is our new door hanger, though, so that will be our first step.
And then I do think, just to be clear, the light trespass, I think we've gone into enough discussion about what it is tonight. I will say that it's going to be an experiment for us. We receive a lot of complaints. We don't have a lot of rules right now. Our response to folks that are, in that situation in the photo that was shared earlier, we don't have a lot of tools to respond to a complaint where that kind of light is shining into somebody's bedroom all night. We're hopeful that this helps, but I will say those levels and what it's going to be, this is going to be an experiment for us, and we're hopeful that it gives us a tool to respond to that, but we might need to make some adjustments over time. And then lastly, on the legacy exemption, this, anytime we put a code change in place, I think this is a topic that we need to think about. In the land use code, most typically, we have a term called nonconformities. When something was legally established and code changes over time, it's nonconformities. A lot of communities that deal with this topic use their nonconformities section on this topic as well. Based on model lighting ordinance, other communities, based on some public comments that we received who wanted the sort of, fixtures to come into immediate compliance upon this ordinance becoming effective. Some folks were suggesting 3 years. We landed on 5 years. Other communities have landed at different durations for that, but I think it's a fundamental question about whether or not we want to make moves against lighting that, again, is causing neighbors concerns and, to the point where folks are complaining on each other, and we wanted some ability to respond to those things over time. This gives you a little bit of sense of some of our peer communities in the region, in the state, and just outside the state around their adoption of both the legacy exemption and light trespass standards. And it's not a consistent page, and our 5-year period, is the lowest number of communities that we were able to find. Again, we were hearing from some members of the public that wanted it to be 3. We heard from members of the public who wanted it to be 0. And so we landed on 5, thinking to some degree about how long the current regulations have been in place, the life of, a typical lighting fixture, and also, to be squared, some of the sort of minimally invasive changes, dimming different bulbs that could also be a response to sort of complaints. So happy to answer any questions about this, but there's examples that are sort of in line with what we're doing and examples that are not. So we did not make any changes to the code other than some enumeration cleanups and reorganization of some of that to make sure that once adopted, it went nicely into Muni code. We did some syntax corrections. We made some very minor changes to a couple sections for clarity, but we did not respond to council comments on those last 3 topics.
Thank you. Bill?
Thanks, all of you, for your hard work on this. I know it's a lot, and I think there's a lot of great work in here. I think that this will benefit Aspen. I have a sort of fundamental issue with the retroactive implementation of some of this, as I've voiced before. I do think that in the context of how long our current code has been in place and how restrictive it sort of is, it's not as big of a deal. But where I still am really concerned is the ability for somebody to enjoy dinner with their shades open and their view at night when it's dark, and a neighbor being annoyed by that, and what that eventually means, right? This, there are small lots in Aspen. People are close to their neighbors in Aspen. I'm not sure that it's up to us to tell someone what an appropriate level of interior illumination is, but of course that has an impact on the light trespass eventually. I remember when I read the first draft of the code, which I think is essentially the same, there was some language about having to shield interior fixtures or put in shading. I know what you're saying, Ben, is that those are sort of like last-ditch efforts, but that feels heavy-handed to me if we have to get there. And just because 2 neighbors don't like each other, and just because one goes to bed at 7 p.m. and the other goes to bed at 2 o'clock in the morning, that's really challenging for me. I'm not sure it's anyone's fault that they have that they like to stay up later than others, and the person who's bothered by it can also put shades in their windows, to blackout shades, and it's not, those are not enormous costs to do that. So that's where I'm still struggling on this. I think the rest of it's really great and thoughtful, but I struggle on this enforcement of interior illumination, especially in non-commercial settings, in residential settings. Okay. That's it for me. Thanks.
I guess my comments would be, great work on all this. I think we've gotten a lot of positive feedback. We've gotten a lot of emails about it with people being very excited about it. The only thing I think of is I do expect it to not be perfect, and I do expect, or I do hope that we have the ability to pivot when it's not perfect. And I want to recognize that off the bat as I vote to approve this. So thank you for your work.
Questions at this time? This is a public hearing, so I'm going to open that in a moment. Let's go ahead and do that. Are there any members of the public that are here to comment on ordinance number 12 this evening? Again, public comment for ordinance number 12. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council table.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 12, series of 2023, land use code amendment, outdoor lighting.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion. Bill, what do you think? Is there any other mechanism that could be put in here that is maybe a preliminary step before the conflict and the enforcement for resolution comes between neighbors?
Yeah, I appreciate you asking. I don't think I know the answer. You know, I think between Brittany and our team here, they could be more thoughtful about that than I could. You know, it's just, I sort of envision this scenario where somebody's having a late dinner party and they have their lights turned up because they want their lights turned up on the inside, and the neighbor's pissed off about that, and that's a waste of resources for the city. It's not a chronic issue. It's not Eden Gallery. I get the issue with Eden Gallery, to be clear, right? And I don't mean to pick on them. There's others, and they're not doing anything wrong today. So, you know, I understand that this moves things in a different direction, but there's a lot of neighbors with not great relations in Aspen, and there are going to be. I mean, I got stopped on Sunday when I was walking with a neighbor who emailed all of us, who's, look at this place with the lights shining, and you know the house is 100 feet across the street from her. I think she had trouble with the whole premise of that structure that was there. So, I don't know. Maybe we carve out residential to start with and just focus on commercial. On the light trespass stuff, holiday lighting maybe should stay in there. But in terms of the light trespass from the interior, that's where I get concerned. So the exterior new lighting regulations make sense to me, even on residential. The holiday seasonal lighting makes sense to me, even on residential. The light trespass, I have trouble with on residential. So that's the only thoughtful solution that I can come up with on the spot here.
You know, Sam
This
mentioned.
is Brittany. Am I allowed to comment on that at all?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Something that's interesting about working with the community of Aspen is that this interior light trespass regulation was a want from the visioning session. It's not something that we see with other communities. So it was something that we don't normally recommend, but it did come up out of these visioning sessions and was a concern for you know, the stakeholders, is that it's an issue within the community. So I think that's kind of interesting. So we put that in there to respond to that. And in addition, we're also working with the Pitkin County lighting ordinance, as you probably know. And that also has come up from Pitkin County's perspective, is the issue of really bright interiors. And so I just wanted to say, like, we don't always recommend these residential interior light trespass regulations, but it was a request by the city and from the stakeholders.
Thank you for that. You know, and Bill, I think you gave a good example there. There is the incidental interior lighting that bleeds out. And I mean, like your example, a dinner party. Somebody's actually home, using it, doing it. What we see oftentimes is lighting that is on for its effect, that is not being necessarily used by people, but intended to light the home as design elements, if you will, even from the interior. So I'm just trying to parse out, you know, I agree. I'd hate for this to be opportunistic where somebody can say, oh, you know, that party the other night was just killing me, when it's not lit up any other time. But we all know that there's examples of homes that aren't being utilized, but the lights are still on, and it's whatever it's for. I don't know, but I hear the line that you're kind of trying to delineate and say, like, not all of this is bad or should be condemned. Some of it obviously is egregious and excessive. So I hear what you're saying. I'm trying to figure out. So maybe
there's like language about chronic recurrence, you know, repetitive nature type of thing, unnecessary, unutilized. You know, I think it's worth revising that, because I mean, I don't want to waste anyone's time. Yeah. It's not our problem if neighbors are upset with one another and being opportunistic, as you say. So
I think in most circumstances, in the case of a party, you know, or a weekly party, or, you know, I think that, you know, the way that we respond to those kinds of things, if we go back, you know, we receive a complaint about a thing, we go back and it's situation normal, lights are off, it's 10 o'clock, you know, I think unless we probably got another call from that folks, like, that would be a resolved issue for us. Certainly, we're not going to be, you know, there's not a hotline to Ben and Haley when there's a party going on and we're, you know, got our light meter on our hip and we're rolling out of town to go check things out.
I'd feel sorry for you.
Yeah, no, that's not at all the way that it transpires. But I do think if we receive a formal complaint, there's good information about it, you know, we'll go check out the situation. And I will say again, on things like this, we've got rules. I don't think any of us wants to enforce on these rules, but it's something that if there are egregious situations and we're going down this progressive enforcement policy and we would need to get either a fine or municipal court or whatever at some point, like, those are rare circumstances for us. Most of the time it's a conversation. Hey, your neighbor's really upset. It seems like it's happening on the nightly. Can you dim? Can you draw your blinds? Can you... Most times on topics like this, those kinds of conversations resolve the issue.
Ward.
Yeah, a couple things. I think it's I think it's as good an ordinance. Sam brought up an issue about it's better to do something than nothing, and if we've made a mistake, can we go back and rectify it? And pivot, I think, might be the term that Sam used. But what is that process? Do we have to go through a policy resolution, work session, ordinance one, ordinance second reading?
If it was a change in, for instance, the tables that are laying out the lumens or the lux, it would be. We did create a provision that allows us to skip the policy resolution for more minor changes. I think if it was more of a, I think if it's something that, again, think about in the context, if it would change that sort of input-output tool that Clanton had created, I think that would probably need to come in front of you, as that would be a significant change to the community as well, who's submitting applications.
Yeah. I think it's about, you know, we have this concept of a policy resolution that requires this extensive public process and that kind of thing after approval from council. If we were to say, 6 months from now, we really don't like this light trespass thing. That would be a policy resolution question because it's a policy question. If it's a technical adjustment in that light trespass table that the 3 lux in downtown is either too high or too low, that would still require ordinance because it's in the land use code, but we don't have to go through the policy resolution. We see it as a technical change. You folks would still have jurisdiction in making that change, but we have written it to cut out some steps to make that a little bit of an easier, more easier. It's late. A little easier of a process to make a technical change to one of the tables.
And we wrote that into the ordinance, what Ben is alluding to.
Yeah, and then I think Tori might have alluded to it, but one of our letters, public comment about a neighbor that is perhaps here occasionally, but the lights go on and off, dawn to dusk. In those people, you're not going to be, that aren't even occupying the residence, it's going to be difficult to go talk to them or to leave a note on their door if they're not here for another 2 months. Yeah. So how do you approach that?
Do you want to talk about that? Sophie has some good experience in this.
Yeah, so we would go and try to reach out in person to have that conversation. If we don't receive a response, then we find out who the owner of the property is and send a letter requesting them to contact us within a certain amount of time. And that would be a notice of violation at that point. And usually, since we'll receive response.
Yeah, and so to track the number of complaints, it's all complaint driven. I suspect that if somebody has a party once in a while, that your neighbors are going to be tolerant of that and understanding, just as the noise ordinance is. If somebody's having a graduation party, you cut your neighbor a little bit of slack. But I'm hopeful that we have good neighbors that will kind of turn a blind eye to it once in a while. But if it's a chronic problem, then I'd like to be able to track the number of complaints we're getting for light trespass, particularly in the residential neighborhoods.
Yeah, and the 311 Connect system will allow us to do that. That's sort of a newer implementation, but
okay, could we get some feedback on that so we get an idea if this is something that is, I think it was mentioned that this was brought on from public comment that is not normally in a lighting code, so.
We'll see if we can check in with you maybe this upcoming summer with some information about how the holiday lighting provisions went and how light trespass went.
Good. I appreciate that, and I appreciate all the work that went into this. I know it's been a long time, and I think it's overdue and much appreciated. It's not often that we get so many letters approving, so thank you.
Last comment from me. I'm going to support this evening. I think what you hear are some concerns about overreach, as you said, and also some concerns about enforcement. I even look at the curfew hours of 10 p.m. And wonder about that. In summer months, it is light out until 9 o'clock at night. So I think people are utilizing some of their lighting a little bit later. I'm willing to give it a shot. You guys have done a lot of work on this. It's taken years to get us to this point. I think there's good steps forward here, but it does come with some caveats and some concerns. So we're all in this together. That's what I will say. And that goes for our community members as well. With that, I think we have had a motion and a second, and we could have a roll call vote for ordinance number 12.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes. All right, thank you guys for your work on this.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
One thing off of your plate.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brittany.
As they transition, if any counselor would like to go out with staff to get a better understanding of a lux, we'd be happy to take you out with the reading device so that you can start having a more practical experience with what these numbers mean. Thank you.
We've already done it.
Did do it. Sign me up, I'll go again. Not on a special trip, but when y'all are doing Lux Looking on your own, I'm gonna join you. Council members, it is 8 o'clock. Once again, I'll ask you if you need a break at this time. We have 4 items left. These are resolution items that we've gone over pretty thoroughly, so I don't expect an hour here, but it could be somewhere between 30 and an hour. Does anybody need that break now?
I need a restroom break at least.
Okay, why don't we take a,
5 minutes.
I'm gonna go 10. Let's go 10-minute, let everybody get what they need, and then we'll be back here at 8:15.
Cool.
Grab a burrito.
I know, that's what.
Yes. I did.
Probably not enough time for that, but.
Thank you for staying with us or joining us again. This is the Aspen City Council regular meeting for November 14th, 2023. We just took a quick break and we are back for the remainder of our agenda. We are down to action items. The first item on our agenda here is resolution number 149. This is the City of Aspen 2024 budget.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Once again, Matt Grau, Budget Manager for the City of Aspen. Resolution 149 for the approval of the City of Aspen 2024 budget and as well for the city's component unit funds. The proposed budgets were presented over 6 council work sessions in October. Incorporated into the final 2024 proposal are all changes discussed with council, including the additional $30,000 for City of Aspen employee appreciation and events, the food tax refund increase from $55 up to $65, which equates to $40,400 increase in the budget, as well as the net zero change for the requested supplemental for an ongoing climate action sustainability analyst position into a one-year termed position. Including all those changes, the 2024 budget includes revenues of $191,032,576 and net appropriations of $154,211,611. Within that, the total operating expenditures of $102 million include $3 million in new supplemental requests. Capital outlays projected to be $45.6 million, and the 2024 budgeted debt service is $6.4 million. This 2024 budget was crafted with council's 6 goals in mind, as well as continuing to provide the City of Aspen residents and visitors exceptional levels of service. I can continue with some budget highlights if you'd like. I don't know how short you want this to be.
Well, we've been over this pretty thoroughly. I could ask council members if they've got any specific questions or areas that they would like to see. But at the same time, I would ask you if your microphone is on.
Thank you. Nobody waved at me.
And then I would also say, is there anything that you feel is necessary to highlight, then please feel free.
Personally, this is my first time going through the budget process with the City of Aspen. I think that we had some very thorough discussions at our work sessions.
Okay.
So I feel comfortable continuing forward.
Okay, great. Council members, any items that you want further discussion on, questions that you have from what you see in the packet? Yep, Bill?
Firstly, Matt, great job given your first time. I'm sure with expert guidance from Pete, but given that it's also my first time, I found it easy to follow and comprehend what was going on, and I appreciate it.
Good.
I have a lot of concerns with this budget, but given that it's my first time, I'm going to focus on the 2 biggest issues for me. One bigger than the other, dollar-wise. None of this is news to anyone in this room, but I cannot support advancing the funding for Phase 0 of the lumberyard until I have clarity on the execution of that project and the partnership model for that project, number 1. And number 2, building IQ, I cannot support. I don't understand the end game. I don't understand how this is a responsible use of our financial resources for the community and how it's going to have a meaningful impact on the energy consumption of our community. So other than that, I'm supportive of the budget generally at this time, especially given that it's my first time being through this process. Those are the 2 that I cannot get behind.
Understood. Sarah, I had a question for you regarding the placeholder that we did for the Western Mountain Regional Housing Coalition. Where were those funds being reserved from? Which fund?
That was from the 150 fund, the Affordable Housing Fund.
Okay. We had a discussion at RAFTA as well. The organization came to RAFTA to ask both for their membership as well as participation in the buy-down program for $100,000. And, during that discussion, it just became a little bit more questionable for me about our participation in that. One of the things, as long as I've been sitting here and in some capacity, is being very cognizant of part of the reason that we had limitations for housing within the UGB was for kind of two main reasons. One, not to exacerbate any of the mobility and transportation issues that we have, but also not to burden other communities with housing our workforce. And so I still have questions around that, and I just bring that up at this time because I know that we put it in with a little bit of caveat that we wanted to come back to us and we wanted to see how those would be implemented. But I just wanted to say again that I do have reservations about our participation in that program and really where the benefit is for the taxpayers of the city of Aspen. I just wanted to bring that one item out. I think other than that, I didn't really have any other questions here. So I just wanted to put that out there for council consideration, just so Sarah knows where I am on those funds.
I need clarity. Are you recommending the $450,000 be removed from the budget? Is that what you're?
Nope.
You want to maintain the funding?
Yeah, I don't mind it being in there, placeholder. I think is what we've said is we move forward. We want more information. We want to know, we're hopeful that approval of expenditures of those funds will come back to us. And so I'm comfortable with that. I just wanted to be clear at the outset here as we move forward that I do have reservations, and my approval of that as a placeholder in this budget does not imply my approval when we start to see maybe those funds wanting to be implemented. I just want to make it clear.
Yeah, I agree on that. I think during the discussion that we wanted to have some guardrails on it, on our contribution exiting the program at the next purchase price or next purchase, and also the transparency and openness of meetings. So if we get to the point that we will be approving the $450K, that we have more robust discussion on how we protect our 150 fund from exiting the program.
Other council members with questions or comments for resolution number 149?
Yeah, mine is a third item, a $0 net budgetary impact in 2024 change from ongoing to one-year term position for climate action sustainability analysts. What does that mean?
It was initially submitted as a supplemental request as a permanent ongoing position. And through the work sessions and council discussion, we changed it to a one-year approval for a one-year termed position supplemental request. So there's no funding in 25 through the out years.
Okay, good. Thank you.
We can take a motion.
I'll move that we approve resolution 149, series 2023, approval of the 2024 budget.
Seconded.
Thanks. We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? We'll take a roll call vote for resolution number 149.
Could we please get clarification? I believe this needs a public hearing.
No.
The adoption of the budget.
Yep.
By resolution.
And we do it through the.
You can open the public hearing, but it was noticed as an action item.
And we did it as an action item.
Section 9.6 of the charter requires a budget hearing that the proposed budget and capital program be held on council at any date at least 15 years prior to the final day of established by law for certification, et cetera, et cetera. Notice the time and place of such hearing shall be published at least one time, at least 7 days prior to the hearing.
We did have this conversation last year, and but you didn't, this was not noticed as a public hearing, it was noticed as an action item.
Correct.
Hmm?
It is noticed as an action item, that is correct.
Well, what Sarah's pointing out and just read is that it's to be a public hearing on the proposed budget. It's a quirk of our charter that the supplemental budgets have to be adopted pursuant to ordinance. The budget itself is adopted by, excuse me.
Resolution.
Resolution.
But a resolution with public hearing?
Well, the language of the charter, and I'm sorry, but we had this conversation last year. Language with the charter does talk about a public hearing. It does not,
And Jim, the
Mr.
public
Mayor.
hearing has to be noticed 7 days in advance?
My recommendation would be to continue this to November 28th, and then we will ensure that there's appropriate notice for a vote on November 28th.
Yep.
yeah, it's exactly, unfortunately, it's exactly
I-
what we did last year, and I apologize that
Could I ask the motioner to withdraw their motion?
I withdraw the motion to approve ordinance 149 and replace it with a continuance of this agenda item to the regularly scheduled meeting on 11/28 at 5 p.m.
Seconded.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second for continuation of resolution number 149. Is there any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes. So close.
Thank you. Will that apply to the next action item as well then?
no, that's APTA, right?
That is correct.
That is actually a different, it is not the process outlined here for the city's budget. So, you know, APTA is a component unit, and I don't think that it requires that. If you want to read this as broadly as you can, we probably should continue that one also. What's the
We're going
next?
to look back at you about what are we supposed to do.
I would continue it.
Okay, we can do that.
I'll move to continue resolution number 150, series of 2023, APTA 2024 budget to November 28th at 5 p.m.
I'll second.
Motion is second. Is there further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for continuing resolution number 150 until 11/28?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes. How about the next one?
I would continue that also.
Thank you.
I'll move to continue resolution 152, series of 2023, APTA 2023 fall supplemental budget to November 28th at 5 p.m.
This is good practice. Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for resolution number 152 and continuation?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
And a yes.
And you do not have to continue the next item.
That'll bring us down to our last item on our agenda this evening. This is resolution number 162, Burlingame Ranch Phase 3, modifications to 3-bedroom Category 5 units.
That's the only one I wanted to talk about, too. So.
Council, we're happy to keep any presentation short. You will notice that we amended our recommendations. This was because at the time it was initially written, when you saw it 2 weeks ago, the unit in the AABC was not under contract, but once it became under contract, we thought it was better to buy down a unit off the free market for City of Aspen employees rather than requesting another unit in the Burlingame development.
Do you need any, are there changes that need to be made to what's here? No.
No.
Okay. All right. Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Chris Everson, Affordable Housing Development Project Manager. Back in July, you adopted Resolution 106, which established that 6 of the units at the Burlingame Ranch Phase 3 project would be in the Category 5 APSHA income category. That is 6 3-bedroom units. APSHA performed the lotteries, and we received 7 bids for those 6 units, but of those 7 bids, only one of them was from a 3-person household, meaning that if we went ahead with the Category 5 sales to those 2-person households, you would have 5 unoccupied bedrooms. And so staff did make note of the 3-bedroom Category 5 sales price. The APSHA maximum is $640,000. The 3-bedroom Category 4 APSHA maximum price is $400,000. The 3-bedroom Category 3 APSHA maximum is $272,000, and in Category 2, that's $196,000. So staff provided some options that council could consider. 3 options, in fact, where option 1 was to take these 5 Category 5 3-bedroom units and make them all Category 4s. There's sufficient demand at the Category 4 level to support that. That would decrease the Burlingame 3 sales revenues by $1.2 million. Option 2 would be to make those 5 units into 4 Category 4 units and 1 Category 3 unit. That would decrease the sales revenues by $1,328,000. Option 3 here was to simply make those 5 units into 3 Category 4s and 2 Category 3s. That would decrease the gross sales revenues by $1,456,000. I should note that Resolution 162, as presented, does recommend option 2, which is to make these 5 units into 4 Category 4 units and 1 Category 3 unit. That would make 1 Category 3 3-person household very happy. And that would decrease the gross sales revenues by $1,328,000. I should note that those 5 unoccupied bedrooms, if we did go ahead and sell them to 2-person households in the Category 5 income level, the subsidy for those 5 unoccupied bedrooms is $1,250,000.
Thanks, Chris. A couple of questions for you. In our memo, it says that current APSHA maximum sales price for 3-bedroom units are shown here in the table. Are all 5 of these 3-bedroom Category 5 units being offered at $640,000?
Yes.
My next question is, do they have to be priced at the maximum?
They don't need to be priced at the maximum. You have the authority to change that.
Because I'm wondering, and I saw that there were quite a number of bids in Category 4. Obviously, yes, Category 3, more bids, but still a high number of bids received in Category 4. I'm wondering if there's another option that is available to us, which would be to lower the offering price in Category 5. I'll just pick a round number. Let's say offer the 5 units that we're talking about here at $540,000, so a reduction of $100,000, and open up the bidding for Category 4 residents to be able to bid up 1 category, which is something that we did not allow in this project. And I'm just wondering if that's something that's, how would that work? How does that sound? Does that make any sense? I'm not really trying to like penny pinch $500,000, if that might be a contradiction in terms, but it's not really about the money so much as it is about maintaining them at their category going forward. So I don't know. I don't know if other council members have thought about this, if there's some option here that really rings through for you or not. I don't know where our priorities are. But Chris, is the scenario that I described to you a doable scenario? I know that we have concerns about HOA dues and the like, but is what I'm talking about, is that implementable?
It is up to the council, certainly. I just want to note that at today's interest rates, that additional $140,000 of cost to a Category 4 buyer on a 30-year mortgage is around $1,000 additional a month. So I do think you are testing the affordability of a Category 4, particularly when you've awarded matching units at a lower price already. And so I don't know if that raises any equity issues or anything like that that you need to be concerned about from a legal standpoint. But my recommendation to you is to forego the revenue and sell these at least Category 4s. And we felt there's enough demand at Category 3 that this was the most cost-effective way to get families into these units as quickly as possible.
Ward.
Yeah, obviously the largest demand for these 3 bedrooms was in the Category 3. And I want fully occupied units. I appreciate Tori's suggestion, but I think that would create some housing burdens. I actually like option number 3 because it gives more for where the highest demand was. It costs us a little bit in decreased revenue, but I think it gives a Category 3 where the highest demand is 1 more unit.
Bill.
Thanks. Chris, could you help me understand why the demand was missing from the Category 5 3-bedroom bid process?
There aren't enough people in who work in Aspen and Pickens County who are 3-bedroom working household, 3-person working households in the Category 5 income who bid on the units.
Well, thanks. I understand the mechanics of it. I'm trying to understand why there's a mismatch between what I presume you proposed as necessary to meet the market demand and the results of the bid process.
Chris, did your market assessment include council's direction that it would only be people inside the UBG? I don't recall our data being split that finite when we surveyed.
As a priority.
Correct. I don't believe we were able to distinguish that out of the data set to let you know how strong that demand was within the UBG or not. And quite frankly, people made us, right? We did additional reach out to encourage people. However, again, the UBG is the priority you placed on it, and I do think that affects people's interest in applying.
And it was employment within the UGB as a priority.
Priority or requirement?
Priority. That was your direction, Council.
To be clear, I'm not being critical at all. I just don't, it seems like a pretty big miss between what the
It's really not a failure. We could have easily categorized them.
No, I'm not calling it a failure, Chris. I'm not calling it a failure.
We easily could have categorized them as 4s or 3s from the start.
I understand. I'm not calling it a failure.
It's not.
I don't understand why the anticipated demand was here and the actual demand ended up being here.
5 out of almost 80 units.
So what I will tell you that I do not have as evidence, but I have as conversation was individuals that qualify for that Category 5 level looked at the cost of that that ownership with these HOA dues requirements versus their opportunities elsewhere in the valley to be in free market property. And again, that's anecdotal. However, it doesn't address your issues about the commuting impact of the Aspen labor force. But that is anecdotally some of the rationale given to me from folks who inquired about their interest and how they made their own family choice.
I have not been involved with setting the category numbers. I defer to those with a lot more passion and experience for this particular topic, but I would like to understand sort of why we're not appealing to that demographic enough to attract this. I mean, there's a drastically different amount of demand in categories 2, 3, and 4 versus 5. Is there a mismatch on something we've talked about between AMI and the pricing of these units? There's something that isn't jiving with the demand side here. I just don't understand it. It's not going to change the outcome on this for me. I think we should learn from it potentially moving forward, I guess is my point.
Yeah, and Bill, I can recall conversations over the last couple of years really targeting what we call as middle income. And so, recognizing and hearing from the community, and I'm just kind of recounting, my experience with you, is hearing from the community that there were a number of voices in the community that were speaking for Category 5 and saying that, like, we are underserved by the program. So I think there was an impetus to try to address the higher earning category.
Well, exactly. So then why didn't they show up?
Yeah,
I don't understand it. Did we build the wrong product? Like, are these not big enough for them? Is the UGB restriction problematic for them? I don't know the answer, and I'm not being critical here. I just want to learn from it moving forward. So I'd like to put it out there to see if anyone is interested in maybe getting some surveys out to potential buyers. I don't know how you do that, but understanding where we missed the mark on that one, because clearly compared to the demand for the other categories for the same type of units, it's drastically different. And there are people, I understand Sarah's point about the incremental $1,000 a month, but there are plenty of double income earners in this community who can afford a $640,000 house. So, or single income earners for that matter. It's not, I don't think it's that far out of reach price-wise.
So again, if you want, we can put two-person households in these, leave them at the $640,000. There's no impact on the 150 fund. We felt it was important to bring back to you a conversation about, were you willing to take less revenue in exchange for matching the unit mix to the highest demand? And that's really what we're looking for clarity on tonight, because at this point, these 5 units have been pulled out of any bidding. And it would be really helpful for these people in categories 3 and 4 to know if they have another shot, or if they need to be looking at alternative arrangements for their families.
Was the one 3-person household, they were not awarded one of the units?
They're purchasing.
They're purchasing. Oh, the 6 and 5, thank you. Okay, yep, Sam.
Be very clear, I'd do option 1 first, option 2 second, option 3 third, so hopefully you can come to that decision. I do think the money matters between these options. Like, going from option 1 to option 2 is $128,000, that's real money. So I would choose option 1 first for that reason, but I can understand why option 2 and 3 are admirable for other reasons, but I just think since we had them as 5s, let's move them to 4s and fill them.
All right, thank you for that. Ward, where were you? Option 3?
Yeah, it was option 3 to give the category 3 where there's the highest demand, more units.
That's where I was leaning as well, option 3.
Bill?
Option 1.
I'm gonna side with staff's recommendation, option 2. So,
Works for me.
we've got support. We'll go with option 2. Yep, sorry.
You get to sit in the middle, and you get to pick the middle one.
All right. That would mean I'd need a motion for resolution number 162, identifying option number 2 as the way to proceed forward.
I move that we choose first time. I move that we choose option 2 of resolution number 162 of 2023 to pass that one.
Just to clarify, you're recommending the motion as published in the packet, which is option 2?
Yes.
Could you maybe make someone ask a friendly amendment to clarify that? I can't ask for it because I'm not voting.
Ask myself for it.
You can't amend your motion.
I amend my motion to go with the recommendation of staff of option 2 of resolution number 162 of 2023.
There's a motion
I'll second.
and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Late.
Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes.
I move that we adjourn.
I'll second.
Motion and 2 seconds.
Third.
Can we have a roll call vote for adjournment?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth, Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Thank you, yes. Thank you as always to Grassroots. There's potential that we'll be back for a work session, but we may not be. So if we are not, everybody have a wonderful holiday season with Thanksgiving starting it off.
For a while.
We'll see you soon.
Charge back?
On that note, I'm not here for Monday.
Good for you.